I'm welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Hello, we're back, everybody. Now we're transitioning to a new trial, and that is the drugged husband red room trial, Florida versus Herbert Swilley. So let me give you a little rundown on that one because, y'all, it's an interesting case, a very interesting case. Let me see. Get back over to my stuff. Ada working, Ada live notes, and there we go. That's what I need. Okay, I'm going to give a little rundown on this trial before we actually go into this trial, day 3. Some of y'all have asked what's going on with this trial. So, victim is Timothy Floyd Smith, 59, Swinley's husband. He was married to another man. The red room happened in March of 23 in Mason County. Marion County, Florida. Body was found in the apartment in Ocala. I can't pronounce weird things like that. Swinley drugged Smith with a basically ingredient in Benadryl at 30 times the therapeutic dose, then strangled him with a ligature, fracturing the cervical spine. After his unaliving, Swinley allegedly moved the body from their shared home to a second XXX apartment. It was an apartment where they had an adult, what we are calling the adult playhouse, is what we're calling it, and tried to erase the evidence. The motive, financial gain, life insurance policy of $333,000 and retirement funds. The victim was considering a job at DeLand that would have moved him away. The defense says detective prematurely focused on Swilley and created him as a suspect without sufficiently exploring other suspects. They pointed to DNA mixtures, foreign DNA at the time, X-toys, lubricant bottles. Yes, I said it. And that could implicate others or suggest a presence of a third party. Now, some of the timeline and the key movements are in question when Swilley, says he last saw Tim, that movements of his trucks were made, and the duration of the transfer and the early hours. The DNA expert testimony swabs yielded only victim's DNA. And inconclusive mixtures, some items have multiple contributors, i.e., the lubricant bottle caps, and CODIS matches another man, Lloyd Kelly. Okay, guys, let's just say they had group activities in the adult playhouse. So, yes, friends and acquaintances had noted emotional distance from Swilley after Tim's death. And then the surveillance videos, phone call, data logs, movements, all have been entered in so far. So that is kind of where we are in the trial right now. I will tell you, it is explicit. This is an adult only trial. I don't know how much further they're going to go in this. Why? There we go. I need to do that one anyway. Couldn't figure out why this was doing what it was doing. I will not be doing a lot of overlays for this trial. There's only one I'm going to do today for this trial. We are going to also have our adult warning. We will have the adult content. Let me edit that and make it a scroll and save it. I'm going to scroll the ticker. There we go. Because y'all, it is adult content. I will not be lying. Let me get it on screen and we'll. All right. I said share screen. Gonna cooperate with me? My mouse is kind of squirrely. This is a new mouse. I don't know why it is so squirrely. Okay, this is Dave.
Which the jury didn't choose, turns out. But
We like this judge.
but that would be a very unique defense. But if that applies, let me know.
Audio.
Otherwise, I'm ready to go. Are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring them back, please. I'll go through the same questions with them as I do every day. So, does the person who's on Zoom, did they find, is there someone to swear them in?
Yes, Your Honor. Probation officer will swear him in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Have you had any trouble getting hold of your person who you on Zoom?
No, Your Honor.
You said you had some issue with the witness. They're all good to go?
They're good to go for tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you. Keep getting every time I try to do something, it gives me another message of something new on Windows. It says my signatures are now roaming, whatever that means. But apparently it's an additional feature. So,
Come on. Why are you not doing that for me? You should move.
since I don't put my signature on anything on this computer, I don't know.
Oh, I hate it when it does this. I have to handle it like a baby.
How that could be. Nevertheless.
Yeah, there it is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2800 June 1, day 3.
Oh, when you do that, I have my notes from Mr. Newbanks too that I want to incorporate when are you plan to put that in?
Probably late morning, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll get my notes from that.
got one yesterday that's very interesting. I'll get Are we live?
Judge, may I have access to the monitor for the next witness?
Oh my gosh,
Thank you.
now has me as my friend. So
You want it on right now?
what?
Come in.
That'd be fine, Judge. Thank you.
I'll
What?
tell you right now, there's nothing plugged in.
That would help, Judge. I had one job.
Facebook finally let me out of the me view only mode prison. Now it's friend. I would like for it to be everyone, but I'll accept friends because that means anybody who's a friend of mine in Facebook, which is most everybody, can watch this. Oh my gosh, thank you. Warning, adult content. Facebook. But other than that, enjoy the ride because it's going to be, if it was anything like yesterday, it's going to be fun. Dang it, this happened again. Are you kidding me? Captioning, seriously. No more gremlins, please. God, I can zoom. God, I can zoom. I'm going to zoom. Got witness. Come on. Mouse. Gremlins, be gone.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
Okay, now maybe I can get this over here. I have to I don't know why. It is being, look at it. It won't let Forgive me. I got to get these captionings. And my mouse is acting up. Everything is acting up today. Stop it. Plug it in. It works great. Go figure. But this is still. Are you kidding me? You see what I'm having to do here, y'all? Not touching it.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
I recognize that, honey. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it?
Amy Bashirs, AMYBESAHEARS.
Robert Hogues is the judge's name.
Where do you live, Ms. Bashirs?
I live at 12360 Northeast Highway 314 in
Is that in Ocala?
Silver Springs.
Are you employed?
Not currently.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Were you employed at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working on that date?
I was working at Soul Essentials.
Okay. Is that in Ocala?
It is.
How long did you work at Soul Essentials?
Off and on for about a decade.
And where is Soul Essentials?
It's on East Fort King Street.
What kind of store is that?
It's like a new age bookstore, jewelry store.
Does Soul Essentials take donations?
It does.
I specifically want to direct your attention to March 30th of 2023. Were you working on that date?
I was.
On that date, did a man come into the store to donate some items of his deceased husband?
Yes, he did.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Yes, he's over there in the blue jacket.
In the middle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
And how did that transaction happen?
The gentleman, he came up to the side of the porch with a box full of books. He had called earlier that day to ask if we took donations. And of course, I said, yes, we do. He came in and I was sitting on the porch at the time. And he had the box of books. And we exchanged greetings, like hello. are you Amy? I spoke to you on the phone. Here's the box of books. And he was just very guarded. And I was able to take the books from him at that time.
Did you ask him any questions about where the books came from?
Yes. I asked him just like, oh yeah, you know, like what's going on with this? Like, and he said they were his husband's. And at that time, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What happened? He's like, he died. I was like, oh my gosh, when? And I'm just saying this out of empathy because I've lost family members. And he was like, this weekend. And that really stood out to me that it was so quickly after your partner dies to be getting rid of their stuff almost immediately.
And was there any more discussion between the two of you?
Yes, we went back and forth a little bit. He mentioned that his excuse was that or he said that his daughter wanted to get rid of the stuff, was trying to get rid of it all. And just kind of, sorry, went back a little bit about that.
All right. So there was a little bit of back and forth about.
Yeah, just like general, like chit chat a little bit, you know, I was trying to be nice and talk and, you know, be understanding of someone that just lost someone.
And did he leave after that conversation?
He did, yes.
All right.
He left the books with me and he left.
All right. And what happened after he left and he left the box of books with you?
So he left the box of books with me and I'm sitting there on the porch and I start to go through them and there's some books and there's some like tarot cards and stuff of that nature in there. And I started going through and sorting everything. And I noticed there were some journals in there as well, which happens sometimes. And there'll be blank journals we could resell. So I go and I go to open them and look through them to kind of see if they were blank or not, if there's something we could use. And I see that they are written in. There's more than one journal. They're like fully written in. And in one of them, tucked in like a bookmark, was a photo strip, like from a photo booth. And there was a picture of the defendant, and as well as what I assumed to be his husband at the time. And the person in the written in the journal was the husband as well.
And was that a problem that it was journals that were written in? Were you able to resell a journal?
No,
that had
of course
writing?
not. Yeah. So that was just something I set aside.
All right. And then, so what did you do after you sorted out the books and you saw that the journals were written in and there was a strip of photographs? What did you do after that?
So I was just kind of, you know, still pretty normal at that point. Had the stacks of books and, you know, just sorting through things, counting the tarot decks to make sure everything was there, stuff of that nature. And I took a little bit of a break and I sat back and opened my phone, and I opened Facebook and there was a notice from the sheriff's office with a picture of the other man in the photo strip that I had just seen in the book. Yes.
And this was from the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
It was from the
Facebook?
Marion County Sheriff's Office Facebook, and it had his picture, and it said, if you have any information, please call. This man was murdered over the weekend.
Did it have the man's name in the Facebook post?
Yes.
It was murdered?
Yes.
And was that man's name Tim Smith?
Yes, it was Timothy Smith.
Was that name in any of the journals that you had looked at?
Yes, the name Tim was in there.
All right. So the journals had the name Tim and his picture was in the strip?
Yes, it was very obviously his picture.
Did you call the sheriff's office that day in response to the Facebook notice?
I did not call that day.
Why not?
It was one of those things that it set wrong with me, but I was kind of just like, this is too weird to immediately call. And I went home and slept on it. And I called first thing the next morning. I called not the hotline, but I found the detective's contact information and contacted him directly.
And did you actually meet with the detective that day that you called?
Yes, he came to the store.
All right. And did he take everything that the defendant had brought?
Yes. No, he didn't take everything.
Okay, what did he do?
He went through the box and I showed him the journals. He took photos of everything. He took my statement of what had happened with my meeting with him. And then he took the journals with him.
The journals that had the writing in them?
Yes,
And then he left the books and the tarot cards?
he
and
left the
everything.
books and the tarot cards, yes.
And was the defendant alone when he came in and brought these things?
Yes,
Did you have any other interaction with the defendant?
no.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by identification as State's Exhibit SS. You can look at these 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, yes, these are the books that he brought in. Yes. And those are the journals. And that's the photo strip and the page that I found it on.
Are those pictures fair and accurate depiction of what the defendant brought in that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit SS into evidence.
No objection.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Stage SS, what's the next number? Will be in evidence of stage number 50.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph number 1 of State's 50. What are we looking at in this picture?
those are some of the books in the original box that he brought in.
And photograph 2 of State's 50?
Those are some of the books that I started to remove because the handle on the box where it was ripping.
And photograph 3 of State's 50?
Those are the 2 journals that were written in.
And had the name Tim in them?
Yes,
And then photograph number 4?
that is the photograph with the photo strip from the photo booth that was in the journal.
I don't have any other questions.
Is she excused?
Yes, we'd ask that she be excused.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much. You have a different name up there. It's okay. How do you spell Aguar?
Aguiar.
Sir, please face the card. Over here to your left. Raise your right hand. Thank you.
You swear or affirm the testimony not to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I did.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Michael Aguar, Michael.
Thank you. Where do you work, Mr. Aguiar?
I work at GFL Environmental,
All right, what does GFL stand for?
Green for Life.
What kind of company is that?
It's an environmental waste company.
And what do you do there?
I'm a general manager.
What is the address of Green for Life?
5111 South Florida 34480.
Excuse me. So, back a little bit off the microphone. There we go.
Too much? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And what do you do there on a daily basis?
I oversee the operations of the facility.
Does the store have a surveillance system?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is the system motion activated or does it continuously record?
Both.
How many cameras are there?
12.
Are any of the cameras outside?
Yes.
One of those 5 outside cameras show a partial view of Southeast 52nd Street.
Yes.
And where is the recording system for those cameras kept?
In my office.
Are they secured in your office?
They're locked in my office, yes.
Is the office door locked if you aren't there?
Yes.
Who has keys to?
Sure.
And yourself?
Yes.
Is there a passcode to access the system?
Yes.
Who knows the passcode?
Myself and my operations manager.
I want to direct your attention to March 28th of 2023. On that date, did detectives from the Marion County Sheriff's Office come to Green for Life? And March 23rd of 2023,
Correct.
Did you provide that surveillance to them?
Yes, I did.
How did they get access to the system? Did you let them into your, was everything with the surveillance?
It was actually 1 hour and 3 minutes behind.
Behind, okay. But everything else was fine besides that?
Yes, from the daylight savings.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Recognize that?
Yeah, it's a CD.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
I recognized it when I had a meeting with you and you showed me the video.
Okay. Did you initial and date that?
Yes, I did.
And when you watched this, was this a fair and accurate depiction of the camera view from your building that faces Southeast 52nd Street?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we have moved State's Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
The objection now being evidence to state's number 51.
Thank you.
Next, yeah.
State calls Carla.
Ma'am, stand in front of the clerk, raise your right hand.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. It's Carla Santana Palao. N-A-Palau.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on 10 years with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current position?
I'm a major crimes detective.
How long have you been a major crimes detective?
Almost 5 years now.
So you were in the same position in 2023?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. On that date, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
I did.
How did you become?
Citrus Park, where the victim was found.
All right. And what did you where the victim was found?
Myself and other detectives, we did what's called a neighborhood canvas, which is when we go door to door and we we also went through trash piled and any abandoned trash at the end of the roadway. It was trash day.
Did you locate the trash?
Bag, which I photographed and collected.
Found?
It was several units down, approximately 3, because they're duplexes, so about 3 units away from the where the victim was found.
They're actually quadruplexes?
Yes.
Okay. So this was 3 full quadruplexes away?
Yes,
All right. To the lead detective?
I did.
All right. And did you get any information from the neighbors, the neighborhood canvas that you did on that date?
No,
All right. And what time was this?
this was early in the morning.
I want to direct your 2023. On that date, did you respond to Green for Life?
I did.
All right. And where is that located?
This business is located at the intersection of Southeast 52nd Street and US Highway 441.
All right. Why did you go there?
We were looking for video surveillance. I spoke with
Okay, it is the feed on their end. I'm going to zoom up a little. If that helps.
Which it says it can't do. Have Carolyn call one of the IT people and we'll go off the record.
We're doing it again.
Look at that rule real quick to make sure that I get the wording right, and we'll go from there. Okay, so everyone's just going to sit tight, and I need to look up something to make sure I have the correct verbiage. It's in the new rule on remote appearances, I believe. So, which I have.
Thank you, Judge.
But I need to pull that so I get the verbiage correctly. So,
While you're doing that, may we test the sharing screen process?
sure. I don't know if you need me or.
I'm gonna do it.
We test the live feed, you guys. This is a live feed. It is not my feed. It is on their end. And by the way, we have switched trials today. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share. And if you do so, please do the YouTube thing so you could be entered into the drawing. Please don't forget, we got a new stream, new drawing.
You can do it. I'll leave my computer open. No downloading anything inappropriate. And it's actually a violation of all the rules.
Yes, it is.
Computers letting someone else.
You can trust your IT guys.
Just hold tight, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in with a hybrid mode we have.
Okay.
There we go.
I think that this lawyer is a pretty interesting lawyer. So you know, not
Okay.
performing.
Can you?
Particular lawyer does have a stutter on the letter S's. So if he goes Sam, that is him. It is not glitching on the court's feed.
Do you see our screen? This might work better. I promise. There we go. Because you're going to want to be able to see him as well.
It would help, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only other button I have for that is a witness plus content, but it would be this witness, so can you see the state attorney's screen they're sharing? It's just a picture.
We're going to zoom.
Which
You don't need to see all this. Just kind of set it up. Interesting dynamics going on here. Hi, Linda, Natasha, so hello, love.
And swear you in, okay, like every other witness. So you're going to come here and swear him in. Because the clerk of court is authorized to administer oaths. And Mr. Kelly, you consent to be bound by the laws of the state of Florida for oaths. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to wait till the jury comes in, okay? So you're not going to be able to see them, but they'll see you. Make sure you speak loudly and clearly. And then, Mr. Rice, you don't need to appear anymore, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Mr. Kelly, we can move the camera so he's a little bit more. Okay.
Judge, may I question him from the witness stand?
Yeah, that's fine.
From what I have just learned today, I think it was, I don't remember who said it. I'm sorry. The judge was in a motorcycle accident, which has caused the deformity on his face and skin. That was one hell of a lot of road rash. Poor baby. Ouch.
I'm just going to have him sworn in like all the other witnesses are sworn in just
Yes,
to keep
sir.
the consistency. So I'll have the clerk come up here. I know she's locked in there. You lock them in at the beginning of the session. And to unlock her. Just get there now. You're all right. But we'll bring the jury in. Everyone ready? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not a matter of if. When. I have put too many people off the side of the road. I'm terrified of who was strike. I don't know spiders. I don't know.
I don't see as many accidents with those, but they do too. I don't.
Get something that should be brought up.
Thank God.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have on the monitor Mr. Lloyd Kelly. He's going to be sworn in a second, but before we do that, I want to let you know, if for some reason you can't hear, please raise your hand like I mentioned before, and I'll ask him to repeat his answer. I'm trying to hear the same thing as you. So if I don't hear it, I'm going to assume that one of you doesn't hear it, but if not, let me know and I'll have him repeat it, okay? Mr. Kelly, can you please raise your right hand? And you're going to be sworn in, okay?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Swear.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Kelly, you agree to be bound by the laws of the state of Florida regarding your testimony here?
I do, sir.
Okay. Ms. Burns is going to ask you some questions. Give her a few moments to get over to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Lloyd James Kelly.
A little bit slower and louder, please.
Lloyd James Kelly.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I got
No, that was fine. Thank you. Where do you currently live?
Virginia.
How long have you lived in Virginia?
Total of about 12 years, but this time about a year and a half.
Where were you living before Virginia?
Summerfield, Florida.
I'm sorry. You're just cutting in and out. If you can repeat.
Summerfield, Florida.
All right. Thank you, Summerfield.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
Heavy construction worker, heavy equipment operator.
Are you currently on probation?
I am.
What are you on probation for?
Driving unsuspended and possession of methamphetamines.
Driving on a suspended license and possession of methamphetamine.
Yes, ma'am.
Bad boy.
Did you originally get put on probation in Florida and then have it transferred to Virginia?
I did. The only reason I was in Florida was because my mother had stage 4 cancer. I went down there to take care of her and the house and everything.
Mr. Kelly, listen carefully to me. Please don't volunteer any information. Just answer the question exactly how it's asked, okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you.
I know you already alluded to this, but I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. You were living in Florida at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where in Florida were you?
Summerfield, Florida.
And with whom were you living at that time?
I was taking care of my mother, and my wife was there.
Now, during the time you were taking care of your mother and living at her house, were you using different apps to meet men and women for anonymous sex?
Yes, we were.
Oh,
And you said we. Who's we?
Myself and my wife.
And yourself and your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Grindr one of those applications you were using to meet people?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you meet with the people that you met on Grindr?
Before my mother passed, it would generally be a hotel.
Did you ever go to a quadruplex in Marion County with 2 bedrooms? One of the bedroom had a sex swing and a massage table in it?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to show you 2 photographs. First photographs.
I'm not shaming. It's just, I'm a very visual person and I don't want visuals. I don't want anything that's going to give me a visual. I don't want anything that's going to give me a visual. I'm not, yeah. I'm not shaming. It's just.
States 5, photo 27.
you should hearing it in court. Let me put it that way.
And do you recognize that bedroom?
Not at all.
All right. And then I'd like to show you States 18, photo 7. Do you recognize that room?
No, ma'am, I don't.
And now I'd like to show you States 4. Do you recognize the person in States 4?
I do not.
And then I'd like to show you States 2. Do you recognize this person?
I do not, other than the fact that I've been looking at being showed pictures and looking it up online. Other than that, no, I don't know that person.
Is it possible you had a sexual encounter with this person?
I would have remembered.
At that time, were you having sex with people just one time and then never again?
Yes.
Now, when you would meet people for anonymous sex at the hotel during this time, would it be unusual for people to bring lubricant?
Not unusual at all.
Okay. Does that happen regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you meet with Tim Smith, the last person that we saw the photograph of, on Thursday, March 23rd of 2023?
I think I would remember.
You don't remember meeting with him?
Not at all.
Did you kill the person that you saw on the last picture, Tim Smith?
Absolutely not.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
So we have some additional questions on cross-examination. Please listen carefully to the questions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, sir.
My name is John Klein. I'm the attorney for the defendant. Have a few questions related to the direct examination you just did with the prosecutor. You mentioned that you're currently on probation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony, sir?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
I think 3.
Okay. Yes, sir. And when you and your wife were helping to take care of your mother here in the state of Florida, what period of time were you here for? Do you recall?
Approximately a year and a half. If you talk about my incarceration,
You
I was in South
right. You were in the Sumter County Jail as of March 29th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but prior to before March 29th of 2023, you were not in jail and you were with your mother in Florida, correct?
Prior to that, I was incarcerated in Marion County Jail due to a U-Haul incident. I had rented a U-Haul. My mother had passed, and I forgot to take it back and set in the backyard behind the garage. And they tried to get me for stealing that, but that was all dropped.
When did you get out? When did you get out of the Marion County Jail?
I don't have that in front of me, sir. This is, you're talking a couple of years ago, and I don't have that paperwork in front of me. I can't give you exact dates.
Okay, but
Matter of record.
I understand it's been some time. That's fair. But you would agree with me that there was a period of time between when you got out of the Marion County Jail and when you went back into jail in a different county, Sumter County, on March 29th, 2023, correct?
I can't give you exact dates, sir. All the dates are a matter of record.
I understand that. So you don't know?
I don't have the exact dates in front of me. I can't tell you positively.
Understood. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. Barney, redirect?
No, no further questions, John.
I thank you, Mr. Kelly. You're excused, okay?
So
Thank you, Mr.
I'll have a
Kelly.
good day.
I'm gonna log
Have a
off
good day.
here.
You too.
Got it all off. Next
Thank you,
witness.
Judge.
State called Stuart Mitchell.
Thank you so much.
Also, please take the glass out in front of your shirt. Thank you.
Oh.
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
It's hanging on the furniture.
Thank you very much. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Stuart Mitchell,
Where do you work?
Verizon,
Let me direct your attention to March of 2023. Where did you live then?
at the 1980 address,
And what was the street road? The street name?
Southeast 40th Street Road.
And is what described that is it an apartment complex or a unit?
Yeah, it's a quadruplex.
Which unit did you live in?
A, which is the right side.
Do you still live there?
Yes.
May I have the display, Your Honor? Showing you photograph 1 from States 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and what does this show?
This is the front of my apartment.
Where was your unit?
The two right windows.
Okay, so this window there,
Yes.
that window there,
Yes.
and as these two other windows are a separate unit,
Yes.
is that unit C?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the brown car in the middle of the photo or the silver car?
Yes, that's my neighbor behind me.
All right. Where do you usually park your car?
The one right beside the brownish gray car.
And what kind of car did you drive then?
Gray Acura.
Do you recognize the white Jeep to the left of the photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that Jeep?
It's been there several times for the tenants that were in Unit C.
Did you see any other vehicles associated with the tenants of Unit C?
There was I believe it was a white truck and a trike bike sort of thing.
I understand. Do you know, have any kind of personal relationship with the people who occupied Unit C?
No.
Do you know the names of them?
No.
Did you have any surveillance cameras or surveillance systems set up in your apartment?
Yes, I had a Ring camera.
Did you set that up or did you have it professionally installed?
I set it up
All right. When did you do that? Generally.
many years ago.
Is that system motion activated or does it record all the time?
Yes, motion activated.
Is that an internet-based system? It goes to the cloud or is it a DVR?
Yeah, internet based.
Who has access to that surveillance system?
Just myself.
Do you need a username and a password to access it?
Yes,
And who has access to that login information?
just me.
How many cameras are set up for that Ring system?
One.
And what area of the property does that camera cover generally?
It's on the right shutter of the window that's inside. Yeah, right there. Yep.
Okay, and does that cover the front parking or part of the front parking area?
Yes.
Have you had any problems with that system?
No, generally not.
Okay, assuming it has a Wi-Fi connection, it works fine, right?
Yes, correct.
Was there ever any problem with the timestamp because it's internet based?
No.
Does the camera alert you if there's some kind of movement that happens to trigger the camera?
Yes.
How?
It sends an alert to my phone.
And does the system store that footage so you can go back later and look at it?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023 at about 10:50 a.m. Did you become aware of law enforcement coming to that quadruplex and investigating something?
Yes.
How did you first learn something was going on?
I had several notifications when I woke up and reviewed the footage, noticed they were out there, and then looked out the window to be nosy.
Okay. At some point, did a deputy make contact with you?
Yes, I was walking out on my way to work and he approached me.
Did the deputy request to examine your phone to see if there was any surveillance from the early morning hours?
He asked me to send him any footage.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Just FYI. FYI, guys. FYI. Just because a police officer asks you for footage of your security camera, you are not required by law to give it. They are required to get a subpoena if you do not wish to give it to them. That is one thing I'm trying to get people to understand. Police can ask you for the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, the universe, but you don't have to give them anything without a warrant. And sometimes it's, even though you are not involved, even though you have no knowledge of what's going on, you don't know what all your security camera has caught. It may catch multiple crime. You don't know. So sometimes it is in your best interest to get a warrant. Yep. Just FYI.
When you looked at the footage that you sent, did you recognize the camera angle?
Yes.
Did you recognize what the footage showed as being the front of your property?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary that made you think it had been altered in any way?
No.
Did you in fact send that footage to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Showing us marked as State's Exhibit AAA. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
We reviewed the footage.
Did you initial and date it and you reviewed it?
Yes.
Does that footage fairly and accurately depict the surveillance area the surveillance camera picked up the early morning hours of March 24th?
Yes, it does.
This time state would move AAA into evidence is, I believe, 51.
No,
So 52, sorry, Judge.
52? Without objection, stage AAA would be in evidence number 52.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination?
No cross-examination. And just to let the witness know, I had subpoenaed him as well. I'm excusing you from that.
Your excuse, sir. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, Judge.
State calls Ian Simpson.
Once you've been released from a subpoena, fully released, and you're not retained still, you can stay and watch the rest of the trial if you wish. Not sure he wants to. Boo, if I got out of a whole day's work to go testify, I'm going to sit and watch that trial. Just me.
Yes. Major crimes.
Honey Boo, were you thinking of Sarah Boone on that? I don't know what you.
Sir, stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
I swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I did.
Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Sergeant Ian Simpson with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for Marion County now?
I am currently a supervisor over property crimes investigations,
How long have you been with Marion County Sheriff's Office?
24 plus years.
Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023. Did you respond to 1980 Southeast 40th Street Road regarding a deceased individual found inside an apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
While you were there, did Deputy Hunt make contact with a neighbor named Stuart Mitchell that has some surveillance cameras?
Yes, he did.
Did you receive some video clips from the early morning hours of March 24th, which were emailed by Stuart Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive them?
On my phone.
Okay, so it was emailed or text?
I believe it was a text message.
Did you view those clips?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did those clips fairly appear to reflect the front area of the apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 now. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and dated it when I saw it.
Does the contents of that disc fairly accurately depict the surveillance footage that was sent to you by Stuart Mitchell?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Once you received the surveillance footage, what did you do with it?
I forwarded it to Detective Pender at the time.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
No cross-examination.
Excuse?
He is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls Lisa Johnson. Ma'am, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lisa Johnson, Lisa Johnson.
Where do you work now?
Hold on one second. Ms. Johnson, please. We're going to take your glasses off the top of your head. Thank you.
Where do you work?
I currently work at the Wake County Bureau of Forensic Services.
Why would he have her? Oh, glare. That's right. That's right. This is being televised. Glare. Okay. And it can bother. Some people have sensitivity to the glare. I forgot about that.
Where is that?
In Raleigh, North Carolina.
What do you do for them now?
I am a forensic DNA analyst.
Where did you work prior to that?
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Jacksonville.
What did you do for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement? We call it FBLE.
I was a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section.
What did you do on a day-to-day basis as a senior analyst?
My main responsibilities were examining items of evidence for the presence of body fluids or other sources of DNA, develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, and then compare the evidence samples to known samples collected from individuals associated with the case.
How long did you do that type of work for FDLE?
Just over 12 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and your training that allows you to do that type of work?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary natural sciences from the University of South Florida and a Master's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Alabama in Birmingham. The first year or so that I was with FDLE, I went through their analyst training program, which was consisted of literature readings, textbook readings, becoming familiar with the protocols and procedures in place within the laboratory, working on practice samples. I also did written and oral examinations and supervised casework where I examined evidence under the supervision of a qualified analyst. And then I finalized it with a mock court type situation.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst in total?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. Do DNA analysts at Florida Department of Law Enforcement undergo proficiency training and testing and things like that?
Yes.
And did you do that when you were there?
Yes.
Were you successful in doing all your proficiency testing?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever testified in court regarding the field of forensic serology or DNA testing or statistical analysis and DNA testing, those types of areas?
Yes, I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
Over 160.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury provide the jury a very general explanation of what DNA is and how you use it?
Yes. DNA is a substance in our body that makes us unique individuals. Greater than 99% of everybody's DNA is the same. Only identical twins have exactly the same DNA. We inherit our DNA from our parents, so we get half from our mother, half from our father. And it's the same throughout our body. So blood, skin, all the same DNA, and it doesn't change over the course of our lifetime. So that allows, in my field, a sample that's left behind to be tested and compared to see if evidence left behind could come from an individual based on the DNA profile that's obtained.
Can you describe for the jury the process you go through when conducting a DNA analysis?
It's a 4-step process. The first step is to remove the DNA from whatever it's on. So if it's on a swab or a piece of clothing, the extraction process removes the DNA from not only what it's on, but also from the cellular material that it's contained within. The second step is to determine how much DNA is in that sample. The third step is it's called the amplification, or the area where we're targeting 21 specific locations on the DNA and making copies of those so that they can be visualized and compared. And then the final step is that visualization or the determination of the DNA profile, which represents as peaks on a graph. And it's the location of those peaks on the graph compared from evidence to known samples that allow me to determine if it's a same source or not.
Does that 4-step process you just described do anything to alter or change or modify the actual DNA?
No, it does not.
And what are controls?
Controls are items within our testing process that are used to make sure that everything is working properly. So for the extraction step, there's a blank sample or a negative control. And that simply is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. And that goes through the entire process to make sure that none of the chemicals that I'm using or there's no cross-contamination between any samples getting DNA into that particular sample. So it's just showing that everything is coming back clean. And then in that amplification step or that copying stage, I do a positive control and a negative control. So we have a secondary negative control, again, showing that everything is clean. The positive control is a known DNA sample. So that gets processed to verify that the results that I'm obtaining at the end are correct, so that I know that the instrument's working properly and everything worked as expected in the run.
Is it also normal in your course of work as a DNA analyst to perform statistical analysis to give meaning to your DNA results?
Yes.
And you're trained in how to do that?
Yes.
Have you provided testimony in court regarding that statistical analysis?
Yes, I have.
This time, Your Honor, the state will request permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis.
No objection.
Any voir dire?
No voir dire.
I'll allow her to testify in the form of an opinion without objection.
When you were working at Florida Department of Law Enforcement, did you and your laboratory receive some evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
Were you provided a DNA standard from Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
And what is a DNA standard?
It's a sample collected directly from an individual. So it's a known DNA sample collected from a person. Typically, it's a scraping from the inside of their cheek.
Showing us when introduced in evidence of State 17. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
The bright yellow barcode is the FDLE case number, item number, and then in my handwriting, again, the FDLE case number, the item number, my initials, and the date that I opened this item.
Did you analyze that known DNA standard from Herbert Swilley for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
Did you use the same process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And what were your results?
I developed a complete profile. So
what's a complete profile?
Sorry. So like I said, we're looking at 21 different locations on the DNA. So in this case, I obtained results at all 21 locations. So that's all of the information available for my testing that I could obtain from that item.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Triple B. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, the bright yellow FDLE barcode with the case number, item number, and then in my handwriting, the FDLE case number, item number, the individual items contained within this package, and then my initials and the date that I opened the item.
What is that item?
It's a sexual assault kit.
And during the course of, is that usually collected during the time of the autopsy in a case like this?
Yes.
Okay. And during that collection of the sexual assault kit, were samples taken from the subject's mouth?
Yes.
And did you use those samples as a known standard for the victim, Timothy Smith?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze those known samples from the cheek swabbing of Timothy Smith as a known standard for him?
Yes.
Did you analyze it for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find? What were your results?
That was again, it was a single source profile. a complete DNA profile. So I have a complete profile from both of those individuals.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of States 43, did you also receive a known DNA sample from someone named James True?
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
The same way you previously described?
Yes.
All right. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
A complete DNA profile.
So at this point, now that you have a complete DNA profile from Herbert Swilley, Tim Smith, and James True, are you able to take those known DNA profiles and compare them to other evidence collected from a crime scene to see if it's consistent?
Yes.
Were you in fact provided various pieces of evidence, mostly in the form of swabs collected by the crime scene investigators in this case?
Yes.
Is it normal for you to receive?
Holy cow, June! I go to the bathroom and you drop a bomb on. Sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I didn't mean unintended. Oh my God, June! You always make me cry, and I'm not exaggerating. Oh, June, love you. Oh no, honey. Do you have your memberships turned on? Oh my God. I love you, boo. I so love you. Thank you so very much.
A swab collected by a crime scene investigator from an item rather than the actual item itself?
Yes, specifically with Marion County, their crime scene does a lot of their sample collections, and they swab items and then just submit the swabs to us.
Okay. Does that affect your analysis in any way?
No.
You mentioned in front of you the sexual assault kit, State's Exhibit Triple B. What items are contained in that you've looked at?
There were anal swabs, scrotal swabs, penile swabs, obviously the oral swab that I used for comparison, and pubic hair combings.
Oh,
There was also pulled pubic hair. Yes, and those were the 6 items within
And
that.
are those the normal things you see in a sexual assault kit?
Typically for a male kit, yes.
Okay.
turkey, ham.
Were each of those items that you mentioned individually
Turkey, ham, pickled cheese, mayo, mustard.
packaged inside of that larger item?
Yes.
Did you analyze the other items in that sexual assault kit for the presence of DNA? Some of them.
Some of them, yes.
And we'll get into the individual ones. Did you use the same procedure you just described?
Yes.
What specific items did you analyze in that sexual assault kit for the presence of DNA?
The anal swabs, scrotal swabs, and penile swabs.
When you analyze those types of things taken from a sexual assault kit, do you assume that the victim's DNA is going to be on those things?
Yes, since they're collected directly from that person's body, I would expect during the process of collection, their DNA would be present as well.
So when you are analyzing those types of items for the presence of DNA, are you really looking for foreign DNA or DNA that does not belong or match the victims?
That's correct.
Referring to the anal swabs, when you analyzed that item for the presence of DNA, what did you find?
I developed a DNA profile that was consistent with a mixture, which just means there was DNA from more than one person within that particular sample. I would expect Timothy Smith's DNA to be present, and it was. And then the results that were foreign to him were too limited to do any type of comparison.
I can't eat while they're talking about this.
And what does that mean?
Like I said, we look at 21 different locations. In order to do any type of comparison or interpretation, we need at least 7 types to make that type of comparison. So in this case, there were fewer than 7 types present within that mixture that would have come from somebody other than Timothy Smith.
So basically the amount of DNA was just so minimal you couldn't do anything with it.
That's correct.
So I'm assuming in real life, not like crime CSI on TV, you can't get DNA from everything you look at.
That's correct.
Okay. There it is. Okay. My hand,
Referring to I believe the scrotal swabs, did you analyze those for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What did you find?
There were no results foreign to Timothy Smith on those swabs.
And what about the penile swab?
That's the same thing.
no,
You mentioned in that kit, there were pubic hair combings collected from the victim. Did you analyze those combings in any way?
I opened the package and there were no visible hairs present.
Since there were no hairs present, could you do anything with it as far as the DNA analysis is concerned?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 12, did you receive some swabs taken from the fingernails of the victim in this case?
Yes.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What were your results?
The left and the right were, I examined them separately. There were, again, mixtures of multiple individuals, but the foreign donor or the person not Timothy Smith was too limited to do any type of comparisons.
Again, the amount of DNA was just too minimal for you to analyze.
That's correct.
I understand. Showing you State's Exhibit 11, where you also provided fingernail clippings taken from the victim.
Yes.
Did you analyze those clippings for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
On the fingernail clippings, there was no DNA foreign to the victim.
Showing you State's Exhibit 13, did you analyze some DNA or some swabs collected from various portions of the victim's body for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And what were your results?
For the, sorry, real quick. There was a swab from the lower right leg. There was not enough results at all to do any type of comparison, so not even Timothy Smith's DNA. On the swab from the left leg and the left arm, it was the same. There was limited amount of DNA, so I could make no comparisons whatsoever.
Showing you State's Exhibit, I'm going to show you photograph 34 from State's Exhibit 5, where you also provided swabs taken from the black shirt the victim was wearing.
Yes.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
There were, again, there was a mixture obtained. The foreign contributor was too limited to make any type of comparison.
Showing you State's Exhibit 36, where you provided a swab collected from the victim's left shoe.
Yes.
Did you analyze that as well for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
Give me just 1 second here. Refer to my notes. Again, there was a mixture, but the foreign results were too limited to make any comparisons.
What do cleaning agents like bleach do to DNA?
Cleaning agents will wash it away, and it can also degrade DNA to make it so that it's not detectable.
And in your DNA analysis, would you be able to determine that a DNA sample provided had bleach in it?
No.
Okay, why not?
That's not something that we can test for.
Understood. Showing you photograph 3 from States 18. Did you receive a DNA swab collected from a coconut juice can in the garbage can at the scene?
Yes.
Showing you State 20. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
There was a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, at least one of which was male. Timothy Smith, Herbert Swilley, and James True were all excluded as contributors to that profile.
Okay. Meaning Timothy Smith, Herbert Swilley, and James True did not contribute to the DNA found on that swab.
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is really a big point for and I'm breaking here. This is a huge for the defense because they're claiming there was another person that could have done this and not the defendant. So right now we don't have, now they're throwing in the reasonable doubt. This is where the reasonable doubt, excuse me. This is where reasonable doubt is going to come in. And there's an unknown DNA. That's important.
And you said at least one of the contributors was male. How do you know that?
In addition to the 21 locations that I look at in terms of DNA comparison, there's 3 locations that determine gender. And in this case, there was at least one marker consistent with there being a male individual.
Showing you photograph 29 from States 5, as well as item number 35 introduced into evidence. Did you receive a DNA swab collected from a bottle of gun oil lubricant?
Yes.
What did you determine when you analyzed that for the presence of DNA?
There was a limited amount of DNA on that item.
Now, in these situations where the DNA is too limited to interpret, does that mean that the person who collected the swab did something wrong?
No, especially with things like this when we're talking about touch evidence or trying to get DNA for whoever handled an item. A lot of times there's just not enough transfer to be able to detect the DNA.
Showing you photograph 9 from States 18, as well as item number 24 introduced into evidence. Did you receive a swab taken from an adult toy and adult plug?
Yes.
Did you analyze that for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
I have graphic warning and adult content.
That was a mixture of 3 individuals with at least one male contributor.
Just because this is being aired on my channels, both YouTube and Facebook, does not mean I condone or participate or use or support the use of these materials. This is a part of court. I have no control over what evidence is brought into this courtroom. Not shaming anybody, but not claiming either. Me no touchy this subject. It is what is presented. This is adult content. No minors allowed.
Timothy Smith is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. And so I did a statistical calculation regarding that.
Okay, let's talk about that first before we move on.
Okay.
So Timothy Smith was included as a possible contributor.
Yes.
Describe generally how you do this statistical analysis to give meaning or weight to that finding.
I use a software program that essentially compares the likelihood of seeing that DNA profile or that mixture of DNA if it came from, in this case, Timothy Smith and 2 people that we don't know, versus the likelihood of seeing that profile if it came from 3 unknown people. So I made that calculation, and that profile, that mixed DNA profile, is greater than 700 billion times more likely to be seen if the sample contained DNA from Timothy Smith and 2 unknown people versus if it came from 3 unknown people.
Okay, so if I can clarify, it was based on that mixture, it was 700 billion times more likely that Timothy Smith and 2 other people contributed to the mixture than if 3 people, not including Tim Smith, contributed.
It's greater than 700 billion times more likely to see that profile if those were the conditions.
Okay. Would you agree that that is really strong support that Tim Smith was a contributor to this mixture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, now that leaves 2 other people involved in that mixture, did you compare the other two DNA profiles found in that mixture to the known samples provided from Herbert Swilley and James True?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
In those cases, there was insufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion for both of those individuals.
What does that mean?
Basically, we have, or FDLE has a cutoff value for kind of the gray area where there's not a whole lot of confidence regarding a person's contribution or not. And those values fell within that range. So in this case, those two individuals, there was not enough support to say, yes, they're there. And there was also not enough evidence to say they weren't there. So it's kind of in that gray area.
And based on that, there's nothing more you can analyze to flush that out anymore, correct?
Correct.
Does that statistical analysis also provide percentages of the contributors to this 3-person mixture?
Yes.
How does that work?
Like I said, I use a software program to do this calculation. And basically what the software does is it goes through and determines DNA profiles for each of the 3 people. And then it gives different amounts for each person. And it looks at what the data would look like if that was true. And it keeps changing and making guesses and kind of narrowing it down until it gets to the point where if the profile is from person 1, 2, and 3 in these amounts, the data would match, basically like the expected or the ideal way that the data would look. So then it uses that type of calculation and it determines the percentage of how much each person contributed to the profile.
So in this specific situation, since you were able to, with pretty good certainty, identify Tim Smith as a contributor to this mixture, but you weren't able to identify the other 2 contributors, would that stand to reason that the percentage of DNA in the mixture would be more Tim Smith than the other people's?
Yes,
Okay.
there was considerably more DNA from Tim Smith than the other 2 individuals.
What percentage of this mixture was associated with the known profile, the DNA from Tim Smith?
I'd have to look at my notes. I'm sorry, I got lost. Which item were we looking at?
That's fine. We are on agency item number 64 for you. State's Exhibit 24, the adult blood swab.
Right. Sorry. Item 12. Approximately 93% of the profile would be from Timothy Smith.
So of that mixture of 3 people, 93% of it matches or is consistent with the profile of Tim Smith.
Yes,
What were the percentage as far as the other 2 contributors that you couldn't even determine?
6% and 1%.
Did you also receive a swab taken from the caps of several lubrication bottles found at the apartment?
Yes,
And did you analyze those or that swab for the presence of DNA?
yes.
What did you find?
On that item, again, a mixture consistent with 3 donors, at least 1 male.
And did you compare that mixture to the known profile of Herbert Swilley first?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
Herbert Swilley is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. The statistic is that profile is approximately 34,000 times more likely to occur if the DNA came from Herbert Swilley and 2 unknown individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Did you also compare the profiles in that 3-person mixture to the known profiles of Tim Smith and James True?
Yes.
And what were your results?
Again, those other 2 individuals were inconclusive. So they were in that gray zone.
Showing you photograph 10 from states 18. Did you receive a swab from an item known as the satisfier that's seen in this picture? States 26.
Yes.
You analyzed that swab for the presence of DNA.
Yes, I did.
And you actually received 2 swabs from this item, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
One was labeled from the top area and the other was labeled from the lid.
Starting with the first one, which is on your report would be Agency Exhibit 101. What were your results when you analyzed that specific swab?
That sample was a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
And did you compare that mixture to the known profile, DNA profile of Tim Smith?
Yes.
What'd you find?
Timothy Smith is included as a possible contributor to that mixture.
Did you perform a statistical analysis to determine the likelihood that he was a contributor?
Yes.
What'd you find?
That likelihood ratio, that profile is greater or approximately 100,000 times more likely to occur if the sample came from Timothy Smith and 2 unknown individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Did you compare the DNA profiles of the remaining 2 individuals to the known profiles of Herbert Swilley? Well, let's start with Herbert Swilley.
Yes.
And what were your results?
Herbert Swilley is also included as a possible contributor in that for his statistical calculation, it's greater than 700 billion times more likely to see that profile if it came from him and 2 individuals versus 3 individuals.
So that's a much higher likelihood that the DNA in that mixture came from Herbert Swilley, one of the people in the mixture.
Yes, it's very strong support that he is a contributor to that profile.
Did you, now there's 3, you said it's a mixture of 3 people.
Yes.
Did you compare the mixture and the DNA profiles containing that mixture to the known profile of James True also?
Yes.
What'd you find?
James True is also included as a possible contributor to that mixture. The profile is approximately 28 million times more likely to occur if he is a donor with 2 other individuals versus 3 unknown individuals.
Were you able to determine the percentage of contribution that each of those 3 individuals made to the DNA mixture?
Yes.
What were your results?
Let me check my notes. So the mixture proportions are 45%, 34%, and 21%.
And how did those mixtures break down based on the 3 profiles that you found?
Herbert Swilley would be the 45% donor, James True, the 34% donor, and Timothy Smith, the 3%, or the 21% donor, the third person. And all of the DNA within that would be accounted for from those 3 individuals.
So if those 3 people were the contributors to that 3-person mixture, there's no other foreign DNA that's unaccounted for?
That's correct.
I understand. Does that also give pretty strong likelihood that those 3 are the people that contributed to this mixture?
Yes. I don't calculate that statistic. The number gets ridiculously large.
Okay.
To the point where I don't even understand what the number means. But yes, in this case, everything is accounted for if those 3 people are the source of the DNA.
Understood. And finally, you mentioned there was a second swab collected from that same sexual device, showing you states item 27. Did you analyze that swab for presence of DNA as well?
Yes.
And what were your results?
There was a limited amount of DNA, so there was not enough. There wasn't even enough DNA to do analysis.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You miss living in the state of Florida?
Not at all.
I won't take that person.
It was 65 degrees when I left yesterday morning.
Oh, that does sound nice. So you were with FDLE for how many years?
12.
Okay. And collectively between FDLE and any other analyst experience, you have about 20 years in total experience in this field?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And during your time with FDLE, you were tasked with doing an analysis of multiple swabs of suspected DNA for this case and investigation, correct?
Yes.
I want to just confirm my understanding of a few of the tests that you did regarding this investigation that were of value. You had mentioned regarding the sex assault kit or the rape kit for the victim in this case, that you had done a DNA analysis of the anal swabs, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there did appear to you to be the presence of foreign DNA, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning not belonging to the victim.
Yes.
Okay. But you were unable to identify to whom that DNA may likely belong.
Yes, there was insufficient DNA for that foreign donor to make any type of interpretations.
Okay. And regarding the fingernail clippings and or the swabs of those clippings from the victim in this case, was there any foreign DNA, meaning DNA other than that of the victim, that you were able to identify through your analysis of those items?
No, there was some foreign DNA, but I was unable to make any type of interpretation.
Okay. And was that also the case regarding the swabs that you tested that were swabs from the black tank top that the victim was wearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the swabs that you tested, which were from the coconut water can in this investigation, you mentioned, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that there was DNA from at least 2 unknown male contributors.
There's 2 donors, at least one of which was male.
I see. Okay. And James True, my client Herbert Swilley, and the victim Tim Smith were all excluded as contributors to that DNA mixture, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we moved on, and this case is a bit unique. There was mention of swabs from a butt plug that you tested for the presence of DNA. Do you recall discussing that on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that regarding that analysis, Tim Smith was included as a contributor to that mixture, correct?
Yes.
And that was a mixed DNA profile for 3 different individuals.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And one of them was Tim Smith.
Yes.
One of them was James True.
No.
Okay. And what about the defendant?
For James True and Herbert Swilley Act, it was in that inconclusive zone. So
I see. So
I could neither include or exclude
you
them.
couldn't rule them in, you couldn't rule them out.
Correct.
All right. Moving on to another adult toy, the swabs that you analyzed from the Satisfier. You had mentioned that that was a mixed DNA profile. Correct me if I heard you wrong.
June, I think the problem he's having, and I'm reading a lot. Once again, my eyes have gone up. I'm reading captioning. Sometimes when I get tired of trying to really listen, I just go to caption. Yeah, he's got a stammer. It's a stammer. And so he struggles with certain words that have the beginnings of S's and C's, I've noticed primarily. Anything that stammers, he's going to give a little push to. So that's what's going on. And he does speak a little slowly because of it. But I got to tell you, if you've not watched the movie The King's Speech, that would be a good movie to understand what this poor guy is going. Kudos to you, dude, making it through law school, being a lawyer and pushing through and working with that. What a wonderful ability you have. So just educating. And while we're doing it, I'm going to go ahead and bring you to stage. I got to change a few things. Give me a minute. I'm going to change us over here. I'm going to flip this. I think that works. Give me a quick second so I can manipulate. There we go. Hello, love. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, love. I'm doing.
Do we need to move the subtitles as well little bit now you've changed position?
Everything.
Oh, this is a very tough case. It just because of the matter. I mean, it's a red room, allegedly, but it's because of I'm going to use the word sordid. It's because of that nature, and people will automatically go down the it's what these people do. Oh, and there's the dog again.
Love. Say hello to Lubby.
Oh, he's letting me know that he's about to jump on the bed.
Yeah, I remember you saying that every time he jumps, he tells you.
He has to tell us that he's about to do it. Come on. But yes, it's a tough one because it involves same sex.
Yeah, but I'm ready.
We don't need pictures and descriptions and bottle tops and
we don't need all of that. But I feel dirty now.
We examined was when you were eating, and all of a sudden they started that, and I was like,
It's like
no.
I need a shower.
But this is what these people, when you think she is talking so matter of fact about it because she does it all the time.
I can use some earplugs. All right, we're gonna get back to trial, but we'll stop in a minute and after her and digest some of this.
That included that of the alleged victim, Tim Smith.
Yes.
And the defendant, Herbert Swilley.
Yes.
And James True.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were asked what portions of the mixture were each of those gentlemen's, you had mentioned regarding James True, his DNA was 21% of the total mixture. Did I get that right?
I believe it was Timothy Smith that was the 21%.
Oh, I'm sorry. So James True was the 34%.
That's correct.
Understood. And was there any of your analysis of items that you tested for the presence of DNA that indicated a possible link to an individual named Lloyd Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And what item or items was it that you tested that correlated to Lloyd Kelly?
That was the swab of the bottle caps of the lubricant bottles.
Okay. And that particular mixed DNA profile, what was the statistical probability that was Lloyd Kelly's DNA?
I did not make that calculation. I never obtained a sample from Lloyd Kelly to do that calculation.
Okay. So how were you able to identify identify the name Lloyd Kelly?
There was that particular sample was entered into the CODIS database, which CODIS stands for the Combined DNA Index System. The profile was entered in there, searched against the database, and returned a hit to somebody named Lloyd Kelly.
Okay. So meaning Lloyd Kelly's DNA was already within the database.
Correct.
So that's how you were able to make the link.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment with my colleague?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, thank you for your time. Have a good trip back. And no further questions.
Thank you.
Just one question, Your Honor. The report regarding the Lloyd Kelly name, was that report authored by analyst Brooke Hoover?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask her a question about that in a few minutes. Thank you, ma'am. No other questions.
All right. She excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Does anyone need a break? Okay.
State Hall Brooke Hoover.
All right. Hold on, before we have Ms. Hoover, I actually have all of you step out with the bailiff into the jury room for a few minutes, take a short break.
Why did he change his mind?
Everyone in the audience have a seat, stay still.
What went down?
Okay. Close the door, please. Take a short break. I'll let everyone in the audience know. If I see a single facial gesture from anyone else in this audience, that person will be excluded and will not be able to come back. Please sit back in your seats. Do not make any sort of facial hand gestures. If I see anything, that person will be immediately excluded and will be prohibited from returning to the courtroom. Everybody in this room understand? Appreciate it. Take a short break and be back in 10 minutes.
Yes,
Then we'll go
You're allowed to have liquid in court, especially that of the Starbucks nature. Thank you so much. Miss June made an event. She did in Discord, y'all. We are going to have movie night again tonight. Where is it? I'm looking for it tonight. And Discord, we will watch the movie Sully, which is a really good one about the plane that landed in the Potomac, and nobody got unalived.
Do you know what? Do you know what, Ada? It's a good job that you and me aren't in that audience, because we would have to not pull faces.
Oh, I cannot pull face.
I can do it, but
don't like it.
It's the thing is, if you're not expressing it and you're keeping it in, it festers, and then when you do create an expression, it can just be so much bigger than if it had been lots of little ones. Oh no, that's a lippy colour. That's a good one.
Matte or glossy?
Mm-hmm.
Glossy or matte?
Glossy.
Hey, little Miss Red Velvet, I did not abandon you. I've been very busy dealing with lots of friends. Another trial was not for me. Hope everyone is well. Thank you so much. Yes, it's okay. I'll tell you, this trial is going to be not for a lot more people.
But this was a one that you didn't know how this was going to pan out, evidence-wise, because you went into this straight in.
This blind, I had no idea.
I mean, at least if you're doing a deep dive into an existing case that's gone to sentencing, you can look beforehand at what it's like. But they are trying to... Was that gentleman the witness who was on Zoom remote? Was he the person whose DNA was found?
One of the people. He's an identified person. So he had to come on live and admit to the world that he is of same sex and likes to go have.
Well, he likes both. He likes both because he's married.
That's right. He does like both.
But he likes to go and have one-off extracurricular activities.
Yeah, he likes to go to the adult playhouse and meet a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Yeah. Oh, little Miss Red Velvet.
Oh. You want to do
it? A gentleman is accused of red rumming his husband, who was found in an adult playhouse.
They kept home, and then they kept a separate flat.
Yes, for extracurricular activities. Not a little wooden shed in the garden. Yes, and but from what we're listening to evidence, it seems to appear that he was red rummed and then taken to the playhouse, the adult playhouse, and it was staged to look like it had happened there, i.e. we're trying to explain it. Do you know what? I can explain it so much better without being careful.
Well, and then there was a lot of candy and toys at this playhouse that are very intimate. And
there was a little jar that looked like it had salad dressing in it.
Oh,
yeah. It had olive oil in it. So there was salad dressing. They were having salad. There was lots of parts of the body combed.
Salad.
Where is it? Where is what? Where the case? We're in Florida again.
Of course. And
there's something in the water. But no, so it was staged to look like it was an extracurricular activity gone wrong. Maybe's a little bit of holding somebody by the neck a little bit too tight for pleasure and not stopping.
Well, the victim injuries, number one, of part of Benadryl type sub, I can't ever say that long word, was found 30 times of dosage amounts in the body, and ligature was applied to the point that it broke the neck.
Well, I'm glad you said it like that.
And then the body was transferred to the adult playhouse apartment.
Yeah. Oh, Little Miss Red Velvet. I don't know if it's appropriate for Mrs. to go to. I think it may be a Mr. Playhouse.
It's on a down low. We can say that. If you know what the down low means in a certain culture, those of color and male persuasion, they have something they do called on the down low. But that could also just mean keeping it away from somebody. So
it's underground.
Oh, yeah. Underground or down low, except for those who were invited or, hooked up on a app and that they were connecting up with, and they were having one night standers. It was this. Ooh, it's dirty. And then they're showing all pictures of toys.
Well, you're saying it's dirty, but that toolkit was very clean.
Yeah, but what I mean by dirty is it.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Oh, yeah. It was extremely clean. The tool belts and the swing.
Which is why I was saying yesterday, I felt like that was prepped. That was prepped, ready for visitors.
Oh, yeah, they were ready. It was not, and the environment did not look like they had finished. It does have to be, you know what I mean? Finished entertaining. I was going to say the thing until I saw your face. It didn't look like they had finished entertaining and the party was over. It looked like it hadn't even begun. They were ready, getting ready for the guests. But if you're going to unalive someone and move them and claim that it was because of a party gone wrong, make sure the house looks like the party is over. And that's one thing. The house is immaculate. And I'm not trying to be mean, but anybody who is ADD, is that what it is? When it comes to keeping house and you need to mess it up to cover up a red room, it's very difficult for you to physically be able to do it because you can't mess it up that bad. It's like you physically can't do it.
It was the fact for me that when you saw, because yesterday they showed the picture of the carpet and you had the outline of where this person was, and he was lying like a gingerbread man. It was just arms and legs, and you're like, that is not how, if somebody passes away, it's very rare, if it's been a struggle or anything, that somebody would be lying that perfect.
Well, unless they just went away, fell asleep and died in their sleep. But yeah, OCD. Thank you. That's what I meant. OCD. Yeah. Really bad. I'm not OCD'd. But, well, some things I can be very OCD'd about, but in general, not. It's on point today.
Mm-hmm.
You know that I look like a hussy in person. I mean, I do. I look like a hussy in person because I got blue-gray on, red lips, but it looks great on film or on camera. When I was a photographer and I did makeup as a professional makeup artist, I always told prepared people, this is going to be double what you're used to wearing because the lights really wash you out. And so if you see me in person, you go, ooh, but here it looks great. I just got to remember, I do have a 4:15 hard stop. But I will have to remove most of this makeup or at least tone it down before I go.
So there was, what was it, a 10-minute break? I think we're getting another DNA analyst coming.
We're going to go back in now because we can zoom.
Yeah, I think it's another DNA person.
Yeah. But, do that.
Yeah, same for raise your right hand.
But it's, but understand
That this case is very much adult, so I have the warning up. Please do not come after me.
No.
Ma'am, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brooke Hoover, Hoover. I am a crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I work in the biology and DNA section.
And what do you do there?
I analyze.
Real quick, go ahead and look at me, Ms. JJT. I'm reading captioning where my eyes are right there. Is that uncomfortable for y'all to see? Does it look like I'm like looking up, or does it look okay? I mean,
you are looking straight ahead at me.
Okay, now right now I'm looking straight at my monitor, and I'm looking at what we're doing up
Right,
here at captioning.
Right, that when you're looking down at the monitor, you look like you're looking down.
But that
when you look up, now that doesn't look like you're looking up. It just looks like you've opened your eyes just a little bit, as opposed to you haven't tilted your head. You've just, the eyes have opened. No, it's not that.
Okay, good.
Gone through regular proficiency training and testing and things like that with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I completed their crime laboratory analyst training program. I completed FBI quality assurance training in order to be an auditor to audit other labs. I also undergo continuing education. I get at least 8 hours a year, and I have been current on that.
Have you testified in court and been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
I believe this is about 110 times that I've testified.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, may the witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis?
No objection. No there.
All right. I'll allow her to testify in the form of opinion. Thank you.
We have already heard about what DNA is and the process that FDLE uses to analyze DNA, so I'm not going to waste time going over all that again. Were you provided several items of evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilley?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those items?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you photograph 28 from States 5, where you provided sets of swabs collected from a dresser at an apartment.
Yes, I was.
Did you analyze those swabs for the presence of DNA? I'm showing you States Exhibit 22 and 23.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what were your results?
Let's see. For
it would be your agency items 45 and 46.
Okay.
That help?
Yes. Okay. So for both of these items, I took samples for DNA testing. They were extracted and quantitated, but quantitative PCR failed to demonstrate enough DNA for STR DNA analysis. Therefore, no further testing was conducted on these items.
Okay. You used a couple acronyms, STR and PCR. What are those things?
I'm sorry. STR is short tandem repeat. It's the type of DNA testing we do. PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. This is the genetic copy machine process. So we're making millions and millions of copies of the specific area of DNA that we are interested in. What happened with these items, we test a sample to see how much DNA is present. For both of these, there was not enough DNA that we would expect to get any DNA results.
And because of that, there's nothing else you can do to analyze the items, is there?
That's correct. We stopped.
Hold on. In my humble opinion, who dropped it? Thank you. In my humble opinion, the guy on Zoom was the download meetup from Grindr. Yes. Yeah. We did not say he was a red roomer. He was there. He was not. He's accused of being the red room by the defense. That's who they're accusing. The defense is saying that he could be. That's why they asked him the last question. Did you red room him? And he goes, absolutely not.
Yeah. But his DNA is there, and there's got to be an explanation for that. But he could have been there at some other time. But wasn't his DNA on the victim?
I think it was part of one of the body part swabs that his DNA
Yes.
was. So I went and hooked up with him. Now his wife knows.
Processing at that point.
I'm showing you photograph 8 from states 18, where you also provided swabs taken from a tool chest handle.
Yes.
States 29, to analyze that item for the presence of DNA.
Yes, I did.
What were your results? Agency item 47.
Due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from this item, the results are not interpretable.
And is that different than the previous items you just described?
Yes, there was enough when we quantitated it that it was possible we could get usable DNA results. So we took the sample forward for DNA testing. When I did get the DNA results, I do not have enough to make any comparisons with anybody. I only have a little bit of information. And the danger with that is we could falsely include or falsely exclude an individual from such poor quality results. Therefore, we do not interpret it.
Yeah, I'm showing you photograph 4 from states 18. Did you receive 2 sets of swabs taken from the handles of a bedroom closet, specifically state items 32 and 33? Those are going to be your agency items 81 and 82, if that helps.
Yes. So one of the swabs, it was from the left door handle of northeast bedroom closet. From that swab, I did not obtain any DNA results at all. For the swab from the right door handle of northeast bedroom closet, it was extracted, quantitated. There was not enough to proceed with DNA testing. Therefore, nothing further was done with that item.
Now, on the one handle, you said there was no DNA found. Does that mean that no one has ever touched that doorknob in history?
No, that's not what that means. It's just no DNA was detected.
What is CODIS?
CODIS is the Combined DNA Index System. It is software that is owned by the FBI. It stores and it compares DNA profiles.
And are samples that are provided by law enforcement to Florida Department of Law Enforcement, consisting of victims, witnesses, suspects, things like that, routinely entered into that CODIS system?
Yes, per Florida state statute, when a sample qualifies for CODIS entry, we do enter it into the CODIS database.
And what happens, how does CODIS work with those samples that are entered into it?
The samples are developed by the laboratory. They go through a technical review, an administrative review, and then they're marked for upload. So at that point, they're uploaded to the state CODIS, and then if they qualify to national CODIS. There are routine searches that happen overnight with the CODIS system, and we are notified of any potential matches. So my role, I am the local CODIS administrator in Jacksonville. I manage the software, so I come in, I evaluate any potential associations with the CODIS software. If it is a match, I liaison with other law enforcement agencies in order to exchange casework information.
And you use the term potential match. Never mind. Showing you photograph 9 from states 18. Did you, in your lab, receive some swabs collected from a lubrication bottle caps from states 25?
Yes, we did receive those swabs.
Did you receive a potential CODIS DNA match from the DNA in those swabs?
Yes.
Okay, and explain what that resulted in, what that showed.
Yes, so there was a question DNA profile that resulted from the testing of the bottle caps of the lubricant bottles. It went into CODIS and it hit to a convicted offender sample. So when that happens, I will issue a report to our investigating agency with the individual's name. So CODIS is an investigative lead only. The agents, it is up to the agency to collect a reference standard from that individual for us to test it. At that point, it's officially compared to the evidence. We'll issue a report addressing the association with any statistics.
Okay, so in this situation, if a person was in the CODIS database because they're legally required to submit DNA if they've been like put on probation or convicted of a felony, then the CODIS system can examine those known DNA profiles to see if they match unknown samples.
Basically, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was discovered through the CODIS analysis of the item I just gave you, item states 18? I'm sorry, states 25.
It did hit to an offender sample.
Okay, and who?
Oh, the name,
Yes.
and again, this is an investigative lead. I'm not reporting a match. I'm just saying the investigative lead, we provided the name of Lloyd Kelly.
Was there a date of birth associated with that?
July 29th of 1973.
Okay. And did you said it's an investigative lead, you're not reporting it was a match, but did you provide that investigative lead through the report to law enforcement agency or the state attorney's office or somebody?
Yes, we do issue that in a laboratory report and it's provided to our submitting agency.
Okay. And in this case, were you provided a known sample from Lloyd Kelly to do a further up follow-up comparison?
No, I was not.
Okay. No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You mentioned CODIS and that there was a convicted offender match to Lloyd Kelly regarding some of the items that you tested for the presence of DNA, correct?
Some of that's correct. I didn't perform the testing on that item. Lisa Johnson did, but I did issue the CODIS report.
Okay. So ideally, once you issue the CODIS report to the investigating law enforcement agency, you would want them to go and obtain a DNA swab from that convicted offender for comparison purposes, correct?
Yes,
Did that happen here?
it did not.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. She may be released. Thank you.
You're released. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, with the court's permission, we'd ask to publish the perpetuated testimony of Jesse Newbanks.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be played on the computer. So we have some testimony that has been previously been given in this case, specifically for this trial. This person is unavailable to be here today. So they pre-recorded his testimony. It was actually taken, I believe, from this courtroom. So we'll play that in just a few moments, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm Mr. Newbanks. And for the record, I do recognize you personally, having seen you in my office in the courtroom before. So if you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the information you shall give us the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Do you also swear that you will be, because you're currently out of state, you also swear that you will agree to be bound by Florida law regarding your testimony?
Thank you.
All right. I think that's the rule.
For the record, the state's calling Jesse Newbanks, Your Honor.
He's here.
Can you please state your name for me, sir?
is Jesse Newbanks. That's Newbanks.
Where do you work now?
I work for the United States Department of Homeland Security, specifically Homeland Security Investigations.
What are you doing for them now?
My official title is a Special Agent Trainee.
When did you start at the Homeland Security Office?
April of 2025.
And where are you physically located now?
I'm currently assigned to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia.
How long does that training program last with the Department of Homeland Security?
I will be here until October of this year.
Because you are in training before and involved and employed by a federal agency, are you able to come back to Florida to testify at trial when this trial is supposed to take place?
No, sir. We're currently assigned here full-time living on center, and we're not allowed any like vacation days or any time off, things like that. The only time off we have are federal holidays.
Where did you work before taking the job with Homeland Security?
The Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work there?
I think a little over 9 years.
What position did you hold there?
I was the Senior Digital Forensic Technician for their Criminal Investigations Division.
What did that involve? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
Generally speaking, I conducted extractions and analysis of evidence items containing digital evidence. So from cell phones to computers, DVR systems, things of that nature.
Would you describe your educational background, your training, and your experience that allows you to do that job with Marion County?
Sure. So I hold a Master's of Science from the University of South Florida in cybersecurity, specializing in digital forensics. I hold a graduate certificate from the University of South Florida in digital forensics. And I have approximately 1,200 hours worth of specialized training in the areas of cybersecurity and digital forensics. I also hold approximately 21 different certifications in those fields as well.
Did some of that training specifically involve the extraction of data from cell phones, computers, and other digital devices?
That is correct.
What about surveillance systems such as digital video recorders, DVRs?
That is correct.
Have you also received training in extracting data on infotainment centers?
That is correct.
What is an infotainment center?
Very generally speaking, it's the unit within a vehicle that allows you to connect, your phone, see maps, GPS, listen to audio, make phone calls, things of that nature.
Obviously, technology in digital forensics changes very rapidly. How do you keep yourself aware of these changes in technology?
First and foremost, continuing education, continually going to new trainings. As things are advancing, there are updates to trainings, things of that nature. There are also many reports, blogs, things of that nature. As people in the field of digital forensics continually find new information or continually address new problems, usually there are white papers, things like that that are released so you can read about those changes.
Can you estimate about how many cell phones from which you have extracted data?
I think the last count was it was a little over 1,500.
And are you familiar with the differing operating systems and different makes and models of cell phones?
I am, yes.
What is an operating system?
Very broadly speaking, it is the user interface that the user uses to interact with the storage content and the files located on the device.
And are you trained in the various operating systems that are used in both iPhones and Samsung Galaxies, Android type phones?
I am, yes.
What equipment do you use when doing a forensic examination of a cell phone when you worked at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
At the Sheriff's Office, we primarily use Cellbrite as the tool to do that.
What is Cellbrite?
It is a third-party tool generated by a private organization that's used to extract and analyze data from cellular devices.
Can you describe a little bit about your training and experience in using that program?
Sure. So with Cellbrite specifically, I'm what's called a Certified Cellbrite Mobile Examiner, or CCME, is their capstone level of training. So I've gone through numerous different courses with Cellbrite in the use of their tools specifically, and passed all of those to obtain that designation.
You mentioned some of your duties at the Marion County Sheriff's Office also involved extracting data from video recording surveillance systems. Can you estimate about how many times you've done that?
I don't have a number. in front of me. It's one of those things that in the last couple of years of the sheriff's office, we actually stopped tracking the number of DVR systems we examined just because it was constant.
Can you estimate about how many times you've been involved in removing infotainment centers from various vehicles?
Specifically with the sheriff's office, that was only a handful of times.
You've used the term, I think, forensic analysis. What is meant by that term?
It is the review or the analyzing of data removed from digital evidence.
Have you ever been permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics in a court of law?
I have, yes.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I believe it's like 3 or 4.
This time, Your Honor, I'd request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
And the host.
Without objection, I'll allow him to testify in a form or opinion.
Turning to your involvement in this case, did you become involved in the investigation of the case of State of Florida versus Herbert Swilley and the death of Timothy Smith? Let me direct your attention to March 25th of 2023. Did you respond to 1940 Southeast 40th Street Road?
I did. I apologize, Your Honor. It seems that the lights in the room I was in just went out on me. There we go. They're back.
Describe that location.
It was an apartment, kind of a apartment quad, if you will.
And who contacted you and requested you to come to that location?
Specifically, Detective Pender.
When you arrived at that apartment complex, were you asked to do anything by Detective Pender?
I was. He was provided 2 cell phones and asked to conduct extractions on those.
And to whom did those cell phones belong?
The information was provided to me. It was Mr. Tim Smith.
And you were asked to extract data from those phones?
That is correct.
Were those cell phones packaged in any way, or were they just given to you as like just a cell phone?
They were provided in an evidence bag that was collected on scene.
Can you describe the 2 phones for me?
One was a Samsung Galaxy cell phone. The other was an iPhone, if I recall.
What did you do with those 2 phones?
They were secured, transported back to the sheriff's office, and I began analysis on those.
Once you arrived back at the Marion County Sheriff's Office at your lab with those cell phones, did you document each phone's identifying information, such as the make, the model, the serial number, things like that?
I did, yes.
Can you explain what type of information you documented?
So at the sheriff's office, we would document everything from make, model, serial, phone numbers associated with the devices, a broad number of items to be able to identify that specific device.
What is meant by the term make and model of the phone?
It's the specific manufacturer and that specific model or class of phone, I guess you'd say.
Is that information located on the physical device, the phone itself?
It is, yes.
What is meant by the term serial number?
That would be the unique number assigned by the manufacturer of that device to be able to track that specific item.
And is that, you said that's unique, is that number unique to the specific phone?
Correct.
What is meant by the term IMEI number?
Yes, so your IMEI is another unique number on that device. It's actually used by the cellular providers to be able to track that specific device across cellular networks.
Is that number also unique to the specific phone that you're looking at?
Correct.
How do you determine the phone number associated with the phone?
The easiest way is if we have access to the phone, it will be displayed. Otherwise, there are other ways you can be able to determine what the phone number is on the device.
All of this unique identifying information that you've just gone through, when you create an extraction report, when you remove the data from the phone and create a digital report, does all that unique identifying information also appear on the extraction report?
Correct. That information is pulled from our tools, from the device and displayed for us as well.
And what's the point of you documenting all of this unique identifying information from the phone?
So that anytime we can look at a specific device, or we can go back to a specific device and be able to match it up to its associated extraction.
You said you were given 2 phones by Detective Pender. What kind of phones were they?
One was a Samsung Galaxy smartphone, the other was an iPhone.
Okay, let's start with the Samsung Galaxy phone. In what condition was that phone when you received it? You already said it was packaged in a bag, but what physical condition?
Correct. It was in operational order. It was powered on at the time.
What did you do with that specific phone to forensically analyze it?
We took it back to the sheriff's office. We plugged it into our software. We began analysis of it.
And what is a Faraday box?
So a Faraday box, easiest way to explain that, it's a little mini, almost black hole. The phone goes into that box and it has technology built within that to block any signal coming in or going out of that box itself. Essentially, once the phone goes into that, it no longer exists to the outside world.
So you started your analysis of the Samsung Galaxy phone. What did you do with the other phone, the iPhone?
The iPhone was placed in the Faraday box.
And again, why was that done?
To prevent any potential signals coming into that device or not.
Again, referring to the Galaxy phone, the Samsung Galaxy, what was the make and model of that phone?
That was a Samsung Galaxy S21, if I recall.
Is there any additional identifying information for the make and model of that phone?
There would be a specific model number of that phone. If I can refer to my notes, I can tell you what that is.
If that'll refresh your memory, go ahead, please.
Sure, it's a SM Samsung G991U as in uniform.
Are you familiar with that type of phone?
I am, yes.
How?
I personally have a Samsung.
Okay. You said you documented the IMEI number of that phone?
Correct.
Just for record purposes, what was the IMEI number of that phone?
Again, can I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty long number. It's a 351-852-150-313-665.
And again, for record purposes, what was the serial number of that phone?
That one was R Romeo 2, Charlie Romeo 40, Victor Kilo Sierra 6 Mike.
Did you perform a data extraction from that phone?
Yes.
Can you briefly just explain how you actually do that?
Sure. So we take that device, we connect it to our forensic workstation, which has the extraction tools we use on it, in this specific case, Cellbrite. Once the phone is connected to Cellbrite and Cellbrite can interact with that device, we can begin pulling data from that device.
Does this extraction process change, modify, add, or delete any information on the phone as it pertains to things like data, text messages, chats, phone calls, things like that?
No, it does not modify any user data of that device.
Was the phone password protected?
It was, yes.
Did you know the password?
I did not know.
Were you able to bypass the password to access the data on the phone?
I was, yes.
How do you do that?
We use the tools we have available to us in this specific.
We're not going to tell you exactly how we do that. I'm not going to give away my trade secrets. This is FBI type stuff. I'm sitting in the Office of Homeland Security. Do you think I'm going to give you the detailed information? Hell no.
We have software that does that.
We have ways. That could be the Waze app, or it could be the way you do something, but we ain't telling you exactly. All you do is through technology, we're able to bypass it. Saying.
It's Cellbrite.
Cellbrite is the only thing he can say, even if it's not 100% true, even if they use Cellbrite with something else, he's just going to say Cellbrite.
Cellbrite has methodology within it to defeat passcodes, which we did successfully in this case.
Are you always able to bypass or defeat passcodes in any phone you look at?
No, we are not.
Why not?
So depending on a number of different factors, such as the operating system version of that device or the complexity of the encryption, which is usually tied to that passcode itself, sometimes we cannot always break them.
What type of data did you extract from this Samsung Galaxy phone that you just referred to?
So in this specific instance, we conducted what's called a full file system extraction of that device. That will contain everything from text messages to photos to system logs to a number of various items.
Were there any problems with the extraction?
None that I can recall, no.
If there would have been problems, would the Cellbrite program have notified you?
Correct.
Did you determine the phone number associated with that Samsung Galaxy phone?
I did, yes.
What was that phone number?
Referring to my report, that specific device was 352-215-8495.
What did you do with the data that you extracted from the phone?
The data was extracted, put into a forensic report, and then ultimately provided to Detective Pender.
Okay, and is that, do you print it out on paper? Do you put it on a digital media? How do you do that?
So generally speaking, when we're doing it at the sheriff's office, we provide it on a flash drive because it's more of an electronic report than a physical paper copy.
And who did you provide this digital report to? Do you remember?
I believe we got the phones from Detective Pender, but if I can refer to my report real quick, I provided that to Detective Lytle.
Okay.
I'll just.
Does the extraction, the digital extraction report that you put on a jump drive or a flash drive and gave to Detective Lytle, does that contain all the same identifying information that appeared on the actual phone?
It does, yes.
Is that how you know that the extraction report you generated came specifically from the phone that you analyzed?
Yes, correct.
Did you examine the results of your extraction on the Samsung Galaxy phone?
In this case, yes, I did.
Did you examine data found on that phone relating to a Uconnect system?
I did, yes.
What is a Uconnect system?
Generally speaking, it is the infotainment system usually found in Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep type of vehicles.
Now, based on extraction data that you obtained, were you able to tell when a phone or this phone connected to a Bluetooth device like a Bluetooth speaker or an infotainment center such as what you just described, the Uconnect system?
That is correct.
And can you explain that process? What do you look for and what do you find?
Sure. So in the systems that we use, specifically Cellbrite, when we conduct that extraction, we then take all of that information pulled from that device and we load it into Cellbrite. Cellbrite then starts to organize that a little bit. One of the areas within that.
I'm speeding it up a little bit because otherwise we're going to be here for another 5 or 6 hours. So if it's too fast, let me know. I'm just trying to speed it up a little bit.
Board that we can look at what's called device connections or device communications. That will list anything such as Bluetooth connections, connections to Wi-Fi networks, things of that nature. From that area, we're able to identify whether or not a device was able to connect to like a Bluetooth item.
What is a Bluetooth?
It's one of many different network technologies that are employed in phones and various other devices for wireless communication.
So when I get in my car or I'm close enough to my car, my phone can connect to the Bluetooth system in my car?
Provided that it has been connected in the past, yes.
Is that why I can make phone calls and send text messages and things like that through my car's system while I'm driving down the road?
That is correct.
Does that connection that my phone would make with my car, does that leave the data you described on the actual cell phone?
It does, and the reverse of the vehicle also has a record of the phone.
When you examined the connection data from the victim's Samsung Galaxy phone, what did it show specifically around the time period of March 23rd of 2023 and then again March 24th of 2023?
I believe there were 5 different connections to a Uconnect system within that time frame.
Okay. Can you explain what that means?
So essentially the phone within its log, a specific database we're able to review on that specific device shows that during that time frame, there were 5 Bluetooth connections made to a specific device labeled as a Uconnect system.
When were those connections made?
I don't recall the exact times, but it was within the time frame that was just stated.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your report for the exact times?
It would.
Okay. If you could do that, take a look at your report and let me know when you're done. If that refreshes your memory as far as the exact times the Bluetooth connections was made.
Let me work on that for 1 second.
In this case, to prepare that report, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the information contained in that report came from the program and not from you, is that right or wrong?
So I don't quite understand how to answer that question. The data itself comes from the phone. The program is what we use to extract the data from that phone, and then ultimately we use that to create an electronic report of the data from that device.
And it's
Cellbrite that's creating that electronic report, correct?
Yes, in this specific instance, it was the export of a PDF report, but yes.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Judge, I would object to hearsay.
Why do you believe it's hearsay?
I believe it's hearsay because the content of the report was generated not by the declarant, but by the computer program Cellbrite.
As I understand it, the Cellbrite is a digital extraction tool. It's just simply telling us what digital information is on the phone. So I don't believe that's hearsay. So I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, sir.
Being evidence of station number 1.
Except for the Uconnect analysis, which we just went through, did you perform any other analysis on the data extracted from this phone?
No.
So any other questions about what was found on that phone? Would those questions be better asked of the detective who reviewed the extraction results?
That is correct.
I understand. Turning to the second phone given to you at the apartment scene by Detective Pender, the Apple iPhone. What condition was that phone in when you received it?
I believe it was the same condition as the first. I don't recall specifically, but I believe it was provided to us and then put in that Faraday box.
Okay. So once you were done extracting the data from the first phone, did you retrieve this second phone, the iPhone?
Yes, ultimately we did.
Did you again document the identifying information of this second, the iPhone?
I do.
What make and model of phone was it?
That specifically was an iPhone SE from approximately 2020. We specify which one just because iPhones had numerous iterations of iPhone SEs.
What was the serial number of that phone?
I don't recall the serial number at that point. I don't have that documented in my report, but it would have been at the time we documented it.
What about the IMEI number? Did you document that in your report?
I did, yes.
What was that?
That is 356472-107-946494.
Was this phone password protected as well?
Was.
Did you know the passcode to it?
We did not.
Did you try to bypass the passcode to access the data?
We did.
And what were your results?
We were not successful in doing that.
Why not?
So specifically this phone had what's called complex alphanumeric passcode. So most phones have like a 6-digit or 4-digit PIN. This one's an alphanumeric combination. So it can literally be anything provided, password 1 with a capital B. The tools attempt to use anything they can, but because of the large breadth of what that could be, it exhausts what dictionaries we are able to put together. It's not always successful in that specific case. Because it's an iPhone, the encryption of that device is tied to that passcode. So if we can't defeat it, we can't access it.
So bottom line, you weren't able to extract any data from this second phone, correct?
No, sir, we were not.
Okay. Let me direct your attention now to March 30th of 2023. Were you provided another phone in this case?
I was, yes.
And to whom did that phone belong?
It was identified to me as Mr. Swilley.
Okay. In what condition was that phone when it was given to you?
I believe that one was also powered on. We had secured it in our Faraday box.
What was the make and model of that phone?
That was another Samsung Galaxy S21.
Okay. Same model as the first, SMG991U?
Correct.
Okay. What was the serial number?
With that one, referring to my notes here, it was Romeo 3, Charlie Romeo 40, Romeo Quebec, Kilo Juliet Victor.
What was the IMEI number for document purposes?
That was 3501-6628-05-2525507.
What phone number was associated with that phone?
It was a 352-283-2372.
At the time you did the extraction of this phone, were you in possession of a search warrant that was signed by a judge that allowed you to access certain data on this phone?
Correct. It was provided to me prior to extraction.
Okay. And what did you do with this phone when you began the extraction process?
Generally speaking, same as the first. It was removed from our Faraday box, connected to our forensic machines, and ultimately Cellbrite, and then data was extracted off of it.
Were there any problems with the extraction?
None that were noted, no.
What did you do with the digital results of your extraction from the data from that phone?
For that one, again, the report was created and provided to detectives for their review.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of any data extracted from Herbert Swilley's phone?
No, not on that phone, no.
Let me direct your attention again to that same day, March 30th of 2023. Were you asked to examine a vehicle?
I was, yes.
What kind of vehicle did you examine?
That was a 2020 Jeep Sahara.
And what was your role or your purpose in examining this vehicle?
So we specifically were looking to identify what type of infotainment system was located within that vehicle.
Did that purpose have anything to do with the Uconnect connections that the Timothy Smith's phone made with the Uconnect system?
Correct. So we were able to identify that device had a potential Uconnect system in it, but at the time we were not able to determine specifically what kind of Uconnect system was in that device. So we needed to look a little further.
And again, so we're talking about the proper vehicle. What was the VIN number associated with that Jeep?
Referring to my report here is 1 Charlie, 4 Hotel, Juliet X-ray, Echo, November, 2 Lima, Whiskey, 325960.
What did you do with that VIN number?
So we take the VIN, which identifies a specific make, model, and trim level of a vehicle, and we enter that into a system we use to conduct our infotainment system extractions. It's called Burle's ID program. That program allows us to enter in that VIN, and it shows us what supported infotainment systems should be located in those vehicles.
What do you mean by a supported infotainment system?
So just like with cell phones, infotainments within vehicles can vary in different makes, models, operating system types. Not every single one of those will be supported by all the commercial tools that are out there. So what is supported by Burla, which is the primary tool we use, it identifies which of those systems it can extract, pull data from, and analyze data from.
So when you put that VIN number into the extraction program, the Burla program you described, what did you find?
We found that specifically that make, model, and trim level of Jeep should contain one of 5 different Uconnect systems. We wouldn't be able to know specifically which one until we look a little further in that vehicle.
So how did you determine which Connect system it had?
We had to remove it from the vehicle.
Okay. So can you explain what you did and how you did that?
Sure.
Well, first of all, before I ask you that, let me stop you. Were you in possession before you did this of a search warrant signed by a judge that permitted you to go into the infotainment center?
That's correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
So we go into the vehicle itself, and we have to physically remove the device from the center console of that Jeep.
When you removed the infotainment device, what did you find?
We found that it was one of the systems that Burla had showed us would be in that vehicle. Unfortunately, however, that specific infotainment system in that vehicle was called an active. The make is active that makes that infotainment module. It runs what's called the Uconnect version 4, not the Uconnect 4C. The 4C is what is supported for extraction using Burla's tools.
So in normal people terms, what does that mean?
That specific infotainment was not supported for extraction.
Okay. So what did you do?
So just because it's not supported by that specific tool does not mean that the data that could potentially reside on that device does not exist. So what we did is we removed that module and we went down to the actual circuit board containing the memory chip. We identified which chip that was, and then I reached out to my contacts with the United States Secret Service. At the time, I was a task force officer with them for assistance.
Did they agree to help?
They did, yes.
So what did you do?
I actually physically transported that infotainment system module to the United States Secret Service office in Jacksonville and met with a task force officer up there named James Padilla. He had the equipment and capabilities needed to do what's called a chip-off extraction from that device.
What is a chip-off extraction?
Physically removes that memory chip from the circuit board of that device and then puts it into a reader to where we can obtain all of the ones and zeros and an image of that specific range of memory.
Were you present when Agent James Padilla did that?
Was at his side the entire time.
Have you done that similar type of procedure on other electronic devices before?
Their devices, yes, but not infotainment systems.
Okay. Once that chip-off process was complete, what was done?
So the chip off was completed, the data was obtained, and ultimately a copy of that image file was provided to me by Agent Padilla, as well as the original chip, the infotainment module, and all of that was transported back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Now, the data that was extracted from that infotainment chip, are you able to just kind of open it up on a computer and look at it and see what it says?
Not quite. It's generally speaking, it's all the raw ones and zeros from that range of memory. You can open it up and look at it, but trying to understand or parse out data from that can be quite difficult, especially if you're not quite familiar with how that specific chip or that specific operating system, we'll call it, stores data to that range of memory.
So what did you do?
We contacted Burla, so they are the original company we use for all the extraction and analysis of systems such as that. They are familiar with how the Uconnect systems operate, so they had the knowledge to be able to determine if there was data, how to be able to read it. We provided them a copy of that data along with some relevant case information, dates, times, copy of our search warrants, things of that nature, so that they could review that data to be able to determine if there was anything.
Did you give the Burla company the specific time period for which you were permitted to look into the data?
That is correct, and a physical copy of the warrant showing that.
Okay. Did you receive results back from the Burla Corporation about what this data what data was contained on the chip?
We did, yes.
Was there any information contained in the results provided to you by Burla for the time period that you requested?
None that we were able to look at, no sure.
Do these chips in Infotainment Center, do they hold a lot of information?
No, specifically this chip was only 2 gigabytes in size. So these chips are much smaller than what we'd see on like a cell phone or something like that.
Do these types of chips hold data for a long period of time?
They do not.
Is old data constantly overwritten to make room for new data on these chips?
Correct. Specifically because of the small storage size and capacity of those chips, it's constantly trying to overwrite to put the freshest and most recent data in that amount of memory.
Would that explain the lack of data for the time period that you requested, especially considering that Jeep had been driven for days after that time period?
Correct. The way that those systems operate, if anything from potentially doors opening, closing, the vehicle being put in drive, anything that's done within that vehicle will be logged to that chip. So the more information going to it, the higher the chances are for cycling out data.
Let me direct your attention to April 6th of 2023, where you provided a digital video recorder, and specifically a night owl security system by Deputy Michael Eades from the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
It was, yes.
And what is a DVR?
Generally speaking, it's a recorder system that allows for video from cameras to be stored.
Were you actually provided the physical recording device or just the data from the recording device?
No, it was the actual box itself, the physical hardware from that system.
Did you verify that the timestamp on the DVR was accurate?
I did not. I conferred with Detective Michaelides, who at the time of him unplugging the device verified the time was accurate. We then plugged the system in without the actual data within it to be able to determine are the times accurate, and they appeared to be.
Okay. So what did you do with the actual DVR?
So we take that device, we remove the hard drive and that storage media from it, we connect that to a forensic workstation via a write blocker. Essentially, at that point, it's a hard drive plugged into our forensic machines that we can then look at.
You used the term write blocker earlier, and I meant to ask you what that was. What is that?
So a write blocker prevents any writes to a specific piece of media. So, for example, if we take a hard drive and we generally just plug it into a computer, as you access it, you're going to be changing metadata or changing information on that device. A write blocker prevents any of that going to that specific piece of media plugged in.
Does that device maintain the integrity of the data on the system that you're looking at?
Correct, and that's why we use it.
Okay. Does the extraction process on the DVR add, change, delete, or modify any of the video footage from the DVR's hard drive?
No, sir, specifically because we use that write blocker.
So what type of data did you extract from this DVR?
From that DVR specifically, we pulled video footage from a number of different cameras that were identified as relevant to the investigation.
Did you do an initial extraction and then go back and extract some more data later?
Correct. The initial request from Detective Pinder was for a small subset of data. After he reviewed that, he'd asked for more, so we did.
Referring to the initial extraction of data, from what time period did that data come?
If I can review my notes to specifically give that to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It was from 5 camera angles initially on 3/24 from approximately midnight to 4 a.m.
Did the 5 different camera angles have names associated with the cameras in the DVR system?
They did.
What were the names of the specific cameras?
Again, referencing my report, they were labeled as front door, backyard 1, front yard, backyard 2, garage 1.
And how do you extract data from the DVR? Do you go physically and choose parameters and dates and times and things?
No. So once we take that hard drive from the DVR system itself and we plug that into our forensic workstation via that write blocker, we utilize a program to be able to access all of the recorded video clips. It identifies all of those recorded video clips within whatever time ranges exist within that storage media, and then we can export out those video clips for review.
Did you, in fact, export those 5 cameras you mentioned earlier for the time period of midnight on March 24th to 4 a.m. on March 24th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay, and you provided that to Detective Pinder, I think you said?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I think you touched on, you were then asked to go back and extract a wider period of data. Am I right?
Correct.
From what time period did you extract data from the second time?
I believe that covers from the 21st to about the 29th, if I recall.
Okay. Did you use the same process you just described?
That is correct.
What did you do with that data?
Again, provided to detectives for their review.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of the actual footage that you extracted?
No, sir. It was provided to the detectives and they reviewed it.
What was done with the actual DVR system when you were finished?
Ultimately, it was returned to the device owner.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to March 29th of 2023. Were you asked to extract data from another surveillance system from the Splash Car Wash located on Southeast 38th Street and 464A?
It was, yes.
Can you explain how you did that, where you went to do it, and things like that?
Sure. So myself and Detective Canterbury at that time did go down to the Splash Car Wash. We had made contact with the manager there. Ultimately, the manager allowed us access to the DVR system, holding all the video recordings from the cameras at that location. That specific system was located in a rooftop office, if you will, and we were able to access that and take a look at what was there.
What did you find when you looked at it?
So ultimately, we were able to see the live use of those cameras. With the owner's permission, we accessed the system to be able to look at historical recordings. When we attempted to do that, we could not find any historical recordings. Again, with that owner's permission, we tried to be able to determine why there was nothing historical. What we ultimately found was that the hard drive within that device was not being seen by the operating system. So essentially, that device did not see a storage array to store things to, so there were no playback devices.
So bottom line is you couldn't extract any data from this DDR, am I right?
No, sir. We did attempt, but ultimately that device was showing signs of failure.
Let me direct your attention to April 13th of 2023, where you provided a ring camera recovered from Herbert Swilley and Tim Smith's residence located at 5388 Southeast 26th Court.
It was, yes.
What is a ring camera?
It is one specific brand of cameras, I believe it's actually owned by Amazon, that allows owners of that to record video clips.
What were you asked to do with this specific ring camera?
So we were trying to locate specifically a serial number or MAC address from that specific camera.
I think we know what a serial number is, but what is a MAC address?
So a MAC address is a unique number that is assigned to that specific network hardware communication. So in the case of this ring camera, they usually communicate via Wi-Fi networks. So the Wi-Fi card on that device, that network interface will be provided a unique ID number. That is the ID number we were looking for.
What was the point of you looking for that specific MAC address or that ID number?
What was advised to me by detectives was that they were not able to locate any video from where it was stored without either having a serial number for a device or a specific MAC address to identify that device and its recordings.
Did the ring company itself require that identifying information to try to be able to retrieve footage?
That is correct.
What did you do to try to locate the serial number or the MAC address on that ring camera?
In many cases, most of those numbers can be listed on the hardware itself. So we attempted to see if those numbers would be listed on that camera.
Did you find them?
Ultimately, we did not.
Were you able to obtain any identifying information from that camera to be able to provide the ring to get any kind of surveillance footage from the ring company?
We were. So ultimately on the specific circuit board of that camera, we identified the chip that allows for communications, and the only visible markings on that was an FCC ID number. We did provide those to Amazon, the visible markings that were available to us, but they were not specific enough for them to be able to provide video.
Is Ring part of Amazon?
I believe yes, so yes.
Okay. All right, last area of inquiry. Let me direct your attention now to November 14th of 2023, where you provided a cell phone belonging to Jordan Swilley to extract data from.
Was, yes.
Can you explain how you took possession of that phone?
It was provided to me by Detective Pender.
In what condition was that phone when you received it?
Just as the others, it was powered on.
Okay. Again, for documentary purposes, what was the make and model of that phone?
That specific phone was an iPhone 15.
What was the serial number?
If I can look towards my notes here, 1 second. See if I can find that page.
While he does that, what do you think, my dear? Ho, 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 ho. What do you think, my dear?
About the cameras, I'm thinking these were all the cameras that they had outside, so they knew who was hanging around. The ring camera was obviously so they knew who was at the door before they came in. They could monitor people gaining entry. He's never yet mentioned that there was internal cameras. I think I think though that this is going to show the car moving. It's going to show we're going to do all about cell towers again. And I think it's going to be damning with the cartoon. I really, really hope that there's video of this car. Sorry. Absolutely. I apologize for that, June. I normally do say I believe this. I feel, yeah, I believe that there's going to be some evidence coming up that shows when a car turns up, and in my opinion, I think we're going to see a bundle taken into the house.
I love you, June.
I know. Do you know what, June? I'm usually so careful. I'm absolutely usually so careful about saying that, and thank you, because I would have carried on in that respect. How do you feel about it, Ada?
About what?
About all this camera talk?
I think that there may have been some cameras. I really do. I think that yeah, I think that there's a good chance there were cameras inside. But I think if there were, whoever set up the scene could have easily removed them before anybody showed up.
Yeah.
Because I just, why have a DVR system that they're trying to access? Well, Ring cameras really, they don't use a DVR. They're usually cloud based.
But yeah.
Why I'm going,
But you can, yeah. I don't have a Ring camera, so I don't know if stuff can be deleted off a Ring camera, off the cloud.
Oh, go look at the private chat, please. Whistle was for you, my dear. We have whistles. So anyway, I just really am at the point right now that it would not surprise me. Would not surprise me in the least if, yes, I'm having to, in the least, if there was an internal camera. I know I'm fidgeting. I have to have a meeting tonight. I got a hard stop at 4, and I just got word that I needed to bring something. And because I moved the studio to the house and a whole office building to the house and everything's in boxes. So, but I am still very much engaged with you.
So I'm thinking, is this gentleman just the one who did the extraction and another person did the report?
Yep.
So he is here saying that he did this, and then the other person is going to tell us what he found out.
I think so.
Right.
Well, let's look back to court. Sometimes we take a little mental break. Sometimes all this data stuff gets you kind of like numb.
Whiskey Juliet, Kilo Whiskey.
What was the IMEI number?
On that, it was 358-355-840-292-425.
I meant to ask you this earlier. Does the IMEI number normally appear on the actual phone itself someplace?
Yes, most phones have them in some form on the exterior of the phone to be able to identify the device.
Okay. What was the phone number associated with that phone?
That specific phone was 352-339-8530.
What did you do with that phone?
I attempted an extraction on that as well.
Okay. Were you able to extract data from that phone?
We were.
Okay. Explain kind of the process and what data you were able to find.
So same process as before. We take the device, we connect it to Cellebrite, and we attempt extractions. In this specific case, we attempted advanced extractions, so full file system extraction. We attempted it on the device, but that was not successful. So we then attempted other methods that kind of get smaller subsets of data and attempted those as well. Some of them succeeded, some of them succeeded with errors.
Okay. Why would you not be able to do a full system or extraction of this phone?
So the capability to be able to extract that level of data from a phone relies on a number of different factors. In this specific instance, at that time, the iPhone 15s and the version of the operating system, iOS 17, was still very brand new. That was relevant because the iOS 15s actually completely changed the data port on the bottom of iPhones. They went from the Apple Lightning port to USB-C. So because of the change in operating system, the new phone and the new port, a lot of the commercial tools to extract data from them were not able to get full file system extractions. So we were getting what we could.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your Cellebrite software program wasn't able to read all the data from the iPhone itself because the iPhone has such a new operating system?
Correct.
Okay. You said that you were able to extract some data. What type of data were you able to find?
We were able to get a range of information. Specifically, the extraction we attempted errored out on some specific items, such as like MMS or SMS messaging.
What do you mean by error? Okay, so what do you mean by errored out?
Extraction was attempted. Very briefly, the extraction we attempted is called a logical extraction. It communicates to the phone in a way that the phone can understand, utilize, and celebrate. So if it asks for something like messages, but the phone can't quite understand or doesn't quite, based off the operating system or a number of different factors, able to provide that, we can't get those. So it'll show us an error on our end saying we're unable to read that data.
And you mentioned a couple acronyms, SMS, IM. What type of information were there errors when you tried to extract?
Generally text messaging, picture messaging. So SMS, text messages, MMS, media messaging.
Were you able to extract some text messages and media message, but not all, or were you not able to find any of those text messages or media messages?
We were able to pull some content, but not all from the device.
Okay. What was done with the results of your extraction?
What was extracted was loaded up, put into a report, and provided to the detective vendor.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of the extraction results from Jordan Swilley's phone?
No, sir, I did not.
Ultimately, what was done with Jordan Swilley's phone?
It was returned to detective vendor and ultimately the owner.
I got one on the owner. I have no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Court.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon again, sir.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the Uconnect system that you were discussing on direct examination, you mentioned that you've been involved in, correct me if I'm wrong, in the analysis of a handful of those?
Yes, it's the extraction and analysis of a handful with the sheriff's office, correct?
Okay, so like 5 times or less?
Yeah, I believe 5 would be a good number.
Hold on. Can we just have a seat?
Sure.
And pull the microphone to this. That microphone is made for someone at sitting level. I think it'll pick you up better.
I have the habit of standing.
I know, but if you can do it sitting, it will pick you up better.
All right. And just so we have a clear record, Mr. Newbanks, I was asking how many times you had analyzed a Uconnect system.
With the sheriff's office, it's 5. However, we conducted extractions and analysis through the course of the training that I completed with that company.
Okay. So in addition to analyzing, that would include extraction as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And is a Uconnect system unique to only a vehicle?
Yes, sir, it would be.
And it was your testimony that that would be to either a Jeep, Chrysler, or Dodge brand vehicle?
So let's deal with this question. So was this done different in this case compared to Karen Reed? With the chip off, collect the data, and then sent it out to be read and make a report. A lot of people specialize, and it sounds like here that they are very specialized in retrieving and downloading and gathering the data. Then they send it to somebody who's more expert at putting the data together in a cohesive, understanding format, such as timelines, date, timestamps, and all that. So that's what that, yes. Basically, yes. They gather, one gathers, the other have to analyze it. So, yeah. The answer.
So was this done differently to the Karen Reed? Was the chip and the data collected differently?
Off, collect data. I'm not understanding then. What?
Sorry, was, this data collection from the car and the phones, is this being done differently to the Karen Reed, or is this the way it was done?
Pretty much done the same. Each department kind of does things a little differently. But the standard is to do the Cellbrite downloading. Use Cellbrite, have a technician who all they do is use Cellbrite to download and gather the information. Then they send it off to somebody else to interpret. That is normal. And that's what they did here, it sounds like, and that they did that in the Karen.
Yeah, because for the infotainment center from the car, they said they had to physically take the chip out because it wasn't the right model to have the the extraction done. So they did it from the chip.
Well, in Karen Reed, they tried to do, they did, I think they did try to do it the old way. I mean, the way.
So
the chip removal, hence why the dashboard was in a million pieces.
Yeah. So June is asking, this obviously pertains to the fact that Lieutenant Tully did the download and the report.
I can't, honestly.
Hmm?
I don't remember if Tully removed it, but I do know he did the report, didn't he?
Yeah, June says that he possibly did that. Tully possibly did the download as well.
It's possible. I'll Google it and find out.
Yeah, it's just a different. It could be just a different procedure for different jurisdictions. But I think you've got less opportunity to be biased if more people are involved in the process.
Hold on. I'm going to find out. That may have been from the first trial. It's so long ago. Okay, there is no credible evidence that Detective Brian Tully himself removed the chip and prepared the report. News report, the prosecutors have alleged that the chip-off procedure was done in 2023 in the SUV's electronics, but contends that the significant data may not have been acquired during the chip-off. So they did the chip-off, but if I remember correctly, and this is jarring my memory, they didn't receive as much data until later. The question resembling the reassembling and resetting the vehicle's electronics has been raised, suggesting that it was done previous might have been incomplete. So if I remember correctly, the first attempt was incomplete, and then miraculously they were able to do a full chip off later. So I think the first attempt was accorded, where they plug into the system. And then the second one, I think, is where they removed the entire chip, but I could be wrong. But Tully was more of a supervisory position, but there's no definitive answer if he did it and prepared the report himself. I don't think that was fully made clear. Does that help answer your question?
So they would be that manufacturer. So everything ranging from like Chargers to Jeeps all use Uconnect 5Cs, or sorry, Uconnect systems.
And I gathered from direct examination and your testimony that you went to the lengths to attempt to obtain the data from the Uconnect system on the victim's 2020 Jeeps era, is that right?
Correct, yes.
But ultimately, you were not able to obtain any data of value. Is that fair?
Nothing from within the time frame we were allowed to look at, correct?
Understood. And do you know what came of the defendant's cell phone after your extraction of data from it?
I believe it was ultimately provided to the evidence division for safekeeping.
Understood. And would that have been the same for the victim's two phones, the one Galaxy and the one iPhone?
Yes, correct.
And I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there were 5 different times where the victim's Galaxy phone attempted or did connect with a Uconnect system on or about March 23rd of 2023. Did I hear that wrong?
No, correct. So that report that we were looking at earlier shows 5 connections and disconnections. We specifically identified 3 connections.
You were not able to identify the other 2?
So they're all 5 are listed. It's 3 connections, 2 disconnections, creating 5 entries total in that report.
Understood. One moment.
Yes, sir.
And going to the extractions that you conducted on the night owl security system, the DVR. You mentioned, and correct me if I heard you wrong, that part of that process is determining the accuracy of the time and date stamp?
Correct.
Okay. How did you go about doing that regarding this particular DVR?
Sure. So in this particular instance, Deputy McAleese was the one who collected the DVR. I generally train, at the time, I trained everybody at the sheriff's office that I could to, at the time of collection of that DVR, to take a photo of the time that's displayed on the screen. Ultimately, that's what Deputy McAleese had brought to me with the DVR to be able to determine was the date and time accurate on that system, which we were able to determine it was.
How do you go about making that determination?
Apologies, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get this back on. Yeah, so the time and date is going to be shown on the DVR system.
Okay, guys, we're gonna say goodbye to Miss JJT.
Yes,
I keep forgetting it's 8:07 p.m.
No, it's only 8:07, but I've had to take my nighttime meds 2 hours early, and they're hitting me quick. And as I said to you before in chat, God bless the NHS, the National Health Service in the UK.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Well, this is what my husband collected for me today. That's 1 month's supply of my meds. And
mine.
And I've got a condition that is on a list of conditions in the UK that if you have one of these conditions, you don't have to pay for any of your medication.
Diabetes
So
in America should be free for insulin. I'm sorry.
I'm
not sorry.
Well,
Insulin-
I absolutely agree. It's any so mine is, I've got an underactive thyroid, so I need thyroid medication daily. And because of that diagnosis, I don't just get my thyroid medication, I get all my medications.
That's all.
Absolutely. I mean, we do pay a lot in taxes in order to get that.
But you're guaranteed it.
We're guaranteed it, and we're guaranteed free healthcare.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember, but I really, yeah. Love, you have a fabulous evening. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Right. Lovely. I will see you. I'm looking forward to closing arguments.
Okay.
Right. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay, guys, we're going to get back into court. Oops, let me get the right one. I moved some of my things around, so my stuff is a little wonky. There we go.
Specifically on that screen, we match that to the current time and date from when we're unplugging that device, or the current time and date we're conducting that analysis. Essentially, is the DVR system showing that it is, today at today's time, 6:19 at 2:37 p.m. We use that just to be able to determine are the times we're looking for in video clips going to be relevant and in the time we normally understand it to be, not an hour off or 4 days off type of deal.
Okay. And the two extractions that you did on that night owl DVR in reference to your involvement in this investigation, those were done, correct me if I'm wrong, April 6th of 2023. Is that correct?
Are you asking the date and time we conducted the extraction or the date we pulled video from?
I wrote down the date of April 6th of 2023. What did you do on that date regarding that night out DVR?
Let me go back to my notes here just to see if I can figure that out. April 6th of 2023 was when I was provided that DVR system. We pulled video from 3/24, and ultimately on 4/12, we were asked to pull more video by Detective Pitter. That was that second set of analysis.
So the initial extraction was done on the date that you got that DVR.
Correct, yes.
And then you went back on April 12th of that year and you did the other extraction and request of detect offender.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you're looking at the DVR once you turn it on to determine that the time and date and year are current, and then comparing that back to the requested periods of time you were asked to look for. Is that my understanding? Is that right?
It is essentially what we're doing is being able to determine is the time and date on the recorded videos accurate? Yes. So what we're doing is we're comparing the date and time that is shown on that DVR at the time of us either doing the analysis or shutting that video off to make sure that what is displayed on the system is the current date and time. So that when we're exporting those clips, it's using the date and time we're familiar with, not having to adjust time for those clips by if they're an hour off. Does that help clear up that confusion?
It does, but I'm still wondering if perhaps if it was right when you looked at it, but on a prior date, it would have been off. Is that possible?
No. So the way we conduct these extractions, we're removing the storage media from the actual DVR system. So when we do that, there are no more changes that are going to be made to what is stored in that drive. When we are connecting it with our write locker, again, no changes are being made there. So when we seize the device and we verify that date and time is accurate, that is kind of the end of any potential changes made because now we hold that hard drive in our possession to be able to pull video clips from that. So nothing would change at a later date.
That makes sense. Regarding the Ring camera that you were asked to attempt to extract data from, was it just one Ring camera from the residence of the?
I'm sorry, Superfan quiz time. It is not, but thank you for hopping on. I hope you find your stream.
The cities and my client that you were asked
Yes,
to
only.
extract that from?
Yes, sir. Only one was provided to me.
Okay. And it was your understanding that was the Ring camera from the front door of the residence?
I don't recall it being the front door camera. I don't recall exactly which specific camera it was or where it was located on the residence. It's just provided to me by the detectives.
Will you think help you recall that information?
If somebody has a document in the report as to which specific camera it was, I could review that and be able to determine. But like I said, it was just provided to me by the detectives. I don't recall it being a front door camera.
Understood. Okay. And the ultimate determination of your efforts was that you were not able to obtain the data. Is that a fair statement?
Correct. Ultimately, we were not able to get any video from that specific camera.
Okay. Just one moment.
Certainly.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Very quickly, Mark.
Mr. Newbanks, on cross-examination, you were asked about the data that you received from the Burla Corporation from the Jeeps Infotainment Center.
Correct.
And you said that there was no data from the time period for which you were allowed to look at.
Correct.
You obtained this, or you obtained the infotainment center pursuant to a search warrant, right?
Correct. Specifying what data we would be able to collect within the time frame.
So are you confined and only allowed to look for data during the time period authorized by the judge who signed the search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you look at that date range, in this case, was it March 23rd and March 24th?
I believe so.
Okay. During that narrow window, there was no data present?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Is there any other additional questions by either side for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
You're excused, sir. Have a very nice day. Thank you. All right, so we'll take our lunch now. Leave it up with you. Remember, don't discuss the case at all. Go with the bailiff.
Zoom.
Ma'am, step up on the podium there. Step up. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. There you go.
You swear or affirm to swear not to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you just speak into the microphone to make sure everybody can hear you? Thank you. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name?
Tiffany Hightower. Tiffany's Tiffany, Hightower is Hightower.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
5 years.
What is your current position with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a latent print examiner 2.
How long have you been a latent print examiner 2?
About a year and a half.
Were you a latent print examiner 1 before that?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you a latent print examiner 1?
2 years.
What's the difference between a latent print examiner 1 and a latent print examiner 2?
Mainly the level of experience. So as a 2, I had prior 2-year experience.
And what are your duties as a latent print examiner 2?
I collect, process, analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify latent prints.
And can you describe your educational background for the jury?
Hold on one second. Please don't hold the door open. Please either come in or go out, but don't hold the door open.
You want to cut ship, y'all.
Sorry, go ahead.
Please describe your educational background for the jury.
I hold an associate's degree in communication, and I'm currently in progress of getting my bachelor's degree.
And can you describe your training in the field of latent print examination?
I completed the International Latent Print Training Academy, which is a 20-week program. It covers testimony, documentation, evaluation, comparison, verification. I have also completed over 200 continuing education courses since then.
I want to direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. On that day, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Tim Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you asked to do on that day?
I was requested to go to the medical examiner's office to pick up evidence and take the known standards.
And you said known standards. What are known standards?
Known standards are a fingerprint card of a person that I personally took the prints.
And whose known standards were you going to take that day?
The decedent's.
Tim Smith?
Yes.
All right. And how do you take known standards from a decedent?
So it's typically the same way we take all of them. We will lay the ink on the hand. For deceased, we use a roller, and then we print nail to nail on the corresponding boxes on the fingerprint card.
And did you do that with Tim Smith?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by identification. States Exhibit DDD. You can open that up and look inside. Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the known standards I took at the medical examiner's office.
And you recognize those how?
By my initials and ID number.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you rolled those prints of Timothy Smith?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move, thank you. States Exhibit DDD into evidence.
No objection. No objection. States DDD. State number 53.
And while you were there, did you also collect some evidence?
Yes.
All right. And did that include a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by identification in States Exhibit BBB. And was the sexual assault kit that was taken for Timothy Smith?
Correct.
And does that include the medical examiner's case number as well as the Marion County Sheriff's Office ID?
Yes.
All right. And this is what you collected and brought back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we will move States Exhibit BBB into evidence.
No objection.
Now I want to move ahead and direct your attention.
Okay. States DDD evidence that's without objection at states number 58.
Thank you, Judge.
58 or 54?
Okay, I missed that. What is DDD? I can't read my writing. So DBD is 54. Sorry.
That's okay.
I wrote 3, but look at the 7.
I want to move ahead and direct your attention to January 16th of 2024. On that day, did you record the known fingerprints of Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
Okay. And again, can you just briefly tell the jury what the known prints are?
They are the fingerprints taken by an individual with me verifying who their identity is.
Do you see the person who you know to be Herbert Swilley in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He is in a plaid maroon tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
No, sir, reflect.
Your Honor, may approach the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked by identification in States Exhibit CCC. You can look in there. Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
By my initials and ID number.
And what is that?
These are the known standards I took on Herbert Swilley.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you rolled those standards?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we will move States Exhibit CCC into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, states CCC, evidence state number 55.
All right, next I want to move on to ask you about a latent fingerprint that was lifted by crime scene technician Rebecca Morano on March 25th of 2023 from a coconut juice can. Can you tell the jury before we talk about your comparison, what is a latent print? What does that mean?
A latent print is an impression that is left by chance on a surface. It is not seen with the naked eye and requires physical or chemical processing to be seen.
And is that the chemical processing, is that how you would lift or develop a latent print from an item of evidence?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain the process of comparing a latent print from a piece of evidence to a known fingerprint?
Sure. So we would take the latent, we would analyze it first, and then we would take the known standards and compare them side by side underneath a magnifying glass, looking for any similarities or dissimilarities within the prints.
And using that method, is it possible to identify the person who touched a surface or an object?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to examine items of evidence for the presence or absence of latent prints?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Hundreds of times.
And have you had the opportunity to compare latent prints recovered from various items with the known fingerprints or palm prints of individuals?
Yes.
Approximately how many latent print comparisons have you conducted?
Thousands.
Do you teach or lecture in your field?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to give opinion testimony in the field of latent print examination before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I believe 2 times.
Your Honor, I've asked that the witness be allowed to give opinion testimony in the field of latent print examination.
No objection, no full eye dire.
I'll allow her to testify in a form of opinion.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 19, which is the fingerprint lifted from the coconut juice can by forensic crime.
Is it me, or does it look like this girl just came out of high school? How was she an expert? But then again, good genes, I guess.
Scene technician Morano. Have you had a chance to examine that latent fingerprint lifted by forensic crime scene technician Morano?
Yes, I did.
All right. What's the first thing you do when you open up a latent fingerprint that somebody else has collected from a piece of evidence?
The first thing we do is analyze the print to see if it's of value.
All right. And what does it mean if something is of value?
It means that the print has a high enough quality and quantity of minutia within the print to use for comparison.
And if it's not of value, are you able to compare it with any known fingerprints of anybody?
No.
And what did your examination reveal about the latent print lifted from the coconut juice can?
It was of no value.
So you were not able to compare that with any known prints?
Correct.
All right. And next I want to move on to the latent fingerprints lifted by Rebecca Morano from some items found at the incident location. Specifically, what's been entered into evidence is State's Exhibit 28. You can look at those. Did you have the chance to analyze those prints?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in State's 28, how many latent fingerprint cards are there?
There are 16.
16 cards. Now, did you do the same thing with these latent print cards that you did with the coconut juice can, determine if they were of value?
Yes.
All right. And of the 16 latent cards that are in that exhibit, how many of those were of value?
4 of them were of value.
So that means the other 12 you were not able to compare to anybody's fingerprints?
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you determined that 4 of those were of value?
I took the 4 that were of value and I entered them into the APHIS database.
Okay. And what is APHIS?
The Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
Okay. And does that have fingerprints from people that may have been arrested or other reasons people's fingerprints may be in that database?
Yes.
Did you receive any hits from APHIS on the 4 cards that were of value?
Yes.
All right. Which card?
I received hits on cards 1 and 2.
All right. And on card 1, the left, which that was from the front label of the gun oil lubricant pump bottle.
Yes.
What results did you get from APHIS?
I made an identification of the left middle finger to a James True.
All right. And that was card 1. And did you compare the other 3 latent prints of value with the known standards of the defendant and the known standards of Tim Smith that you rolled?
Yes, I did.
All right. Were any of the prints, the remaining 3 that were left of value from that exhibit, identified to Tim Smith?
No.
Okay. What about cards 3 and 4?
They were inconclusive.
Okay. And what does that mean?
It means that there were not enough similarities and dissimilarities to make a positive conclusion.
So you couldn't rule out Tim Smith as leaving the latents of value on cards 3 and cards 4?
Correct.
And now the remaining latent card 2, which was from the front of the purple lubricating gel bottle, was that identified to anyone?
Yes.
And who was that identified to?
It was identified to Herbert Swilley.
Okay. So of the 4 latent fingerprints that were of value from that exhibit, 1 was identified to James True, 1 was identified to the defendant, and the other 2 were inconclusive as to Tim Smith.
Yes.
Is that correct for that exhibit?
Yes.
And now I want to move on to another exhibit of fingerprints that were lifted by Rebecca Morano from the crime scene, the incident location. And that would be what's been entered in State's Exhibit 30. If you can look at that, did you have a chance to analyze those?
Yes, I did.
And how many latent fingerprint cards are in State's Exhibit 30?
12 cards.
And did you examine all 12 of those latent lift cards?
Yes, I did.
Did you determine if any of those 12 were of value?
Yes.
How many of the 12 were of value?
8.
So the other
I'm sorry,
four,
what did what was your answer?
8 cards.
Okay, thank you. So the other 4 you were not able to compare to anybody?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you compare the 8 latent prints of value with the known standard of the defendant and the known standards of Tim Smith?
Yes.
Were any of the latent prints of value identified to the defendant, Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
All right. How many?
2 cards.
Okay. And was one of those cards from both of them from black toolbox, the top front panel?
Yes.
All right. And were any of the latent prints of value identified to Tim Smith?
No.
So the 8 that were of value, 2 were identified to the defendant, Herbert Swilley, and that leaves 6 remaining latent prints of value.
Correct.
Were you able to identify who those other 6 latent prints of value belong to?
No.
All right. They did not belong to James True?
No.
Tim Smith?
Nope.
Or Herbert Swilley?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
No cross, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
We would ask that you be excused.
You're excused, Dan. Thank you.
Yep. Next witness is Candace Baker.
Okay.
And you're on, I have access to the monitor, please.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Marsha? Yes, sir. Hold on, man. Don't sit down. Please stand. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk to your left.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask that you scoot up that microphone and speak into that, please, so everybody can hear you the best you can. Thank you. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell your name?
Candace Baker, Candacebaker.
Thank you. Are you currently employed, Ms. Baker?
I am.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a sober coach.
What is a sober coach?
I assist people getting sober, finding new things to do, new ways to do them, getting to treatment.
Do you also own a commercial cleaning business?
I do.
How long have you owned that business?
Since approximately 2012.
And did you know Tim Smith?
I did.
Where did you meet Tim?
At an AA meeting.
And when did you meet Tim?
Around 2008.
I thought AA was anonymous. So how are they getting all of these witnesses to come up and testify and say, I'm an AA? I mean, what? I just want to know legally, just legally. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to ask this question because I don't know the answer to this. Why are they not keeping them anonymous? Why are they being forced to confess that they're an AA and that's where they met him? I just.
Did you know Tim's husband, Herbert Swilley?
I did.
Do you see the person you know to be Herbert Swilley in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you point to him and describe something he's wearing?
Blue suit, striped tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
It was a reflection.
And when did you meet the defendant?
Maybe a few months after Tim.
Was that AA also?
It was.
So Tim came to AA first and then the defendant?
Correct.
Were you and Tim close?
Very.
How often would you see Tim?
Maybe about 5-6 nights a week.
Did you do things socially with Tim other than AA?
Yes.
What kind of things did you and Tim do together?
We like to eat.
Okay. Did you do other things besides eat?
We did. We shopped. We like shoes. We did some road trips, lots of parties, dinners at his home, holiday events.
Were you also friends with Tim's husband, the defendant?
Sure.
Would you do some of those things with Tim and the defendant?
Absolutely.
And what kind of work did the defendant do?
He was a handyman.
And what kind of work did Tim do?
He was a director in a retirement, I think it's called retirement place.
All right. And did you know Jordan Swilley?
I did.
And how was your relationship with Jordan?
She was like a daughter to me.
Were you aware that Tim and the defendant had an open marriage?
No.
Were you aware that they had sex with other people as a couple?
Yes.
Right. Were you aware that they had sex with other people separately?
No.
Were you aware of the apartment they had in addition to their marital home?
Yes.
Had you ever been there?
No, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 24th of 2023, the day before they found Tim. On that day, did you learn that Tim was missing?
I did.
And how did you learn that?
I don't remember if it was a phone call or a text from Herbie asking if I'd seen or heard from Tim.
Do you remember around what time that was? That
In
Friday?
the afternoon.
All right. And then did you actually speak with the defendant that afternoon, that Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say to you?
That Tim did not show up for work, which was not like Tim at all. I proceeded to call Tim and text and did not get a response.
All right. Did the defendant tell you anything else besides Tim didn't show up to work? Did he tell you where he thought Tim was?
No.
All right. So you reached out to Tim.
I did.
Did you get any response?
I did not.
Did the defendant say whether or not he and Tim were fighting?
He did not.
Now, did you ever speak to the defendant again that Friday evening after the initial call when you learned Tim was missing?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the defendant about him finding Tim's Jeep at the apartment that Friday evening?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Tell the jury about that conversation. Did he call you or did you call him?
He called me, and the Jeep was over at the apartment, but nobody was entering the door. And there were no lights.
What in the world?
That Friday evening.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Tell the jury about that conversation.
I need to refresh the page.
Did he call you or did you?
My apologies. I was going to refresh the page because it seems, is it me? June, maybe you can help me. It feels like I'm hearing, and it's more what I'm feeling, some weird sound. So I was refreshing the page. June, if you know what that is.
He called me, and the Jeep was over at the apartment, but nobody was entering the door. And there were no lights on. And I asked him to go in, and he said he didn't know where his key was.
Did he say he just didn't know where it was?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then what else did he tell you? Did you and he talk about guns at all?
Oh, that was after he went home.
Okay. So he called you?
We stayed on the phone. This was like a 2-hour phone call.
Okay.
And then in the process of that phone call, he starts saying, oh, well, he doesn't have any guns. And I said, well, why would he have guns? I thought you said he wasn't suicidal. And he said, well, I have the Glock, and I can hear him walking around the house as he's talking to me. So he's collecting guns as he's talking to me. And he says, okay, I have this gun. Okay, the only gun that's missing is the pink Glock, Tim's gun. So he goes into Jordan's room. He gets Jordan. He tells Jordan, you're coming.
A pink Glock.
With me.
And this is all Friday evening.
Friday night. I'm on the phone with him.
Around what time is this?
This was late 9-ish.
Okay. All right.
Him and Jordan drive over to the apartment where the Jeep is.
Are you still on the phone with him?
I'm still on the phone.
Thanks, June, because I know nothing about AA. I just thought it was supposed to be anonymous, hence the AA, the Alcoholic Anonymous. But I guess you're right. They're subpoenaed. They have to go. So people in AA don't have protection from the courts. I guess not. Sorry, Booze.
All right.
He gets out of the car, of his truck, and goes into the Jeep. I'm still on the phone. I can hear. He gets the gun. He gets back in. He says, it's okay. I have the Glock. Tim doesn't have any guns.
So he was talking about a pink
Glock
gun that was Tim's. All right. He took the gun from the Jeep.
But this is also after the police did a wellness check. So I'm not understanding, if you're collecting guns, but you told the wellness check people that Tim is not suicidal, why are you now looking for guns? Okay. Why did you not say that when they were there?
So what happened after you're on the phone with him and he says, I got the pink Glock from the Jeep? Then what happens after that?
Then they drive home. We continue to talk for a few more minutes. Then they go home.
All right. And Jordan, you said Jordan drove or she was with him?
They were together.
All right. Did you speak to him again after that Friday night, the gun conversation?
I don't think so.
So I want to move on now to Saturday, the next day, March 25th of 2023. Did you contact the defendant that morning?
I tried to call him to see if he'd heard, did anybody find Tim? Where's Tim? He did not answer. I called Jordan. Did Tim come home? She said no.
Were you concerned at this point?
Yes.
Had you continued to try to reach Tim yourself? And then what did you do after Jordan told you they hadn't heard from Tim?
I tried to call Tim.
Did you try to call the defendant again?
No, because I called him first.
Did you ever reach the defendant that morning and find out what happened to Tim?
He reached me.
So you called him, the defendant, he didn't answer, but then he reached out to you.
Mhm,
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember what time it was.
Do you remember the morning or the afternoon?
Morning.
And when the defendant reached out to you, what did he say?
He's gone.
He's gone? Did he say anything else about how Tim had died?
He alluded suicide
That's what you thought after your conversation?
and said he couldn't talk. Because I called him right away. When he texted me, he's gone. Of course, I have questions. What do you mean? Did he leave? Where'd he go? That's what I'm thinking. He left. I'm not thinking he's deceased. And he said I couldn't believe he would do this. That was the alluding to suicide. And he said he couldn't talk.
And then that was the end of the
That
conversation?
was the end of the conversation.
So you were left.
Thinking that he killed himself for hours that day.
Now, did you see the defendant at all that Saturday, the rest of that day?
Yep.
Did you learn at any time that day on Saturday that Tim hadn't died by suicide?
I think later I talked to him later on to see if him and Jordan ate, did they need anything
This is Saturday.
Saturday. And I think somebody else was bringing food to them, so they didn't need food. And then it wasn't suicide.
Did he say it was something else?
Said that he was murdered.
Were you surprised by that?
I was very surprised and had a lot of questions, but it was not to be talked about.
And did you ask questions and they weren't answered?
And it was not to be talked about.
Did he say that? What do you mean was not to be talked about? Explain that.
Yes. He's dead, he's gone. That's it.
So you didn't learn anything else?
I did not.
I want to move on now to the next day. We're at Sunday, the day after Tim's body was found, March 26th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day?
I did.
Where did you see him?
At their home.
Why did you go to the house?
Make sure they were all right.
Now,
See if they needed food. Called in the morning. See if they slept. What I could do.
Now, when you arrived there, how was the defendant's demeanor?
It's like it was a regular day.
And right when you walked in, did you notice anything unusual when you walked in the front door?
As soon as he opened the door, I noticed the huge area rug was missing, and I said, "Where's the rug?" And he didn't answer me. And then we walked a few more steps into the kitchen area, and I noticed the area rug and the huge wooden coffee table was missing from the family room. And I said, where's the rug? Where's the coffee table? And then he said that the dog peed on it.
So two rugs were missing and a coffee table. And his explanation was the dog peed on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Logical. What happened?
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification of states as EEE. I want you to look at that. And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Does that photograph show one of the living room rugs that was missing when you came into the home?
Yes.
And where is that rug that was missing?
In the front living room when you walk in the home.
When you walk in the front door?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way that rug looked at their home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we will move states exhibit EEE into evidence.
No objection.
Objection. EEE would be in evidence as number 56.
And who are the people in that picture? We were concentrating on the rug, but who are the people in the picture?
Tim and I.
And that's one of the rugs that was missing on Sunday in that photograph.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Sure.
All right. And is this right here the rug that we're talking about that was missing?
Yes.
Okay, what's on that rug? What is that?
It's a lobster. It's like the house is beach themed, so it had like different sea animals, and it was like a woven rug. So they would have been like kind of dug out white areas of different creatures, sea creatures.
And that's you and Tim?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been entered in States 31, photograph number 3. Where would that rug have been in this picture?
Underneath that round wooden and glass coffee table, all the way out probably to that bench, the left side, the window. and, you know, out to that chair and all the way to the left window.
And is this right here, the front door where you walk in?
Mhm.
Okay, so you
Yes,
walked in, and this is what you saw, this empty, that rug missing.
Correct.
Now, after you noticed that that was missing, and then as well as another rug and table, who else was there?
It was just Jordan and Herbert.
And what else was happening?
And I sat down and I noticed what they were doing. They had the garbage cans from outside, inside the house, two garbage cans. Jordan had one in the kitchen. Herb had one in the pantry. And they were knocking off things off the counter into the garbage cans and off the shelves in the pantry. And
What sort of things?
Tim's vitamins, and he drank protein drinks and gummies and different vitamins. He did this regiment. So he had like 20, 15, just tons of different drinks and snacks and rice cakes. And they were just throwing away anything that was on the counter, the mixing cups. And I started looking around, and the portraits, family portraits, were off the wall. And I looked around, and all the candles and the seashells and the mermaids and all the knickknacks were gone, and they were in the dumpsters, and they were stacked up. The pictures were stacked up, and Jordan looked over at me and she said,
Object.
Wait a minute. Is this the same woman from earlier and she cut her hair? No, this can't be the same woman. I'm going to look.
The hearsay.
You can't tell us what anybody said. Now, when you're saying all these knickknacks and everything, whose knickknacks were these?
They were Tim's.
So everything was getting thrown away.
Everything of Tim's is all going in the dumpster.
And the pictures that you're talking about, they were framed pictures that used to hang on the wall?
Yes.
Were they professional?
Professional family photos of Jordan growing up from the time they, had been together.
And Tim was in these photographs?
And Tim was in the photographs. They were professional photos of the two of them, marital photos.
And the defendant indicated he was going to throw those away?
Yes.
Did he
Photo
say
albums, everything.
all of Tim's?
Yes.
Did the defendant say why he was doing that?
It's his house now, and he's finally going to get the house that he always wanted.
Now, when is the last time you had been at their house and seen that rug and those coffee tables there?
I would say 2 to 3 weeks prior. Tim and I went somewhere together.
All right. Did you ever go to their house around that time to get some blow-up mattresses?
I went to pick up an air mattress for my grandkids. I have too many grandkids, and I needed to borrow another air mattress.
Were they coming to visit you?
They were.
For what?
For spring break.
Spring break, okay. So it had been 2 to 3 weeks you had been there and seen
Yes.
that rug there.
Correct.
Now, while you were there that Sunday after they found Tim, did the defendant say anything about insurance money?
That's what they were going to do next.
What does that mean?
What did he say? When he said that he was getting the house that he always wanted by getting rid of all of that stuff.
Okay, guys, is this the same woman? That's not the same woman.
Defendant and Tim.
Yes.
Did you socialize with Tim or the defendant outside of the meetings?
Never.
In May of 2022, did you hire?
Okay, not the same woman. She didn't socialize with. They could be family, y'all.
Minutes. I would.
Were they coming to visit you?
They were.
For what?
For spring break.
Spring break, okay. So it had been 2 to 3 weeks you had been there and seen
Yes.
that rug there.
Correct.
Now, while you were there that Sunday after they found Tim, did the defendant say anything about insurance money?
That's what they were going to do next.
What does that mean?
What did he say? When he said that he was getting the house that he always wanted by getting rid of all of that stuff. The next thing he was going to do was get in that office and get those papers to get to his money.
To get to those papers, did he say insurance papers?
My money, to get my money. He needed to find the insurance papers.
So did he specifically say, I need to find insurance papers?
Yes.
Okay, to get my money?
My money, yes.
About how long were you at the house that Sunday?
I would say about 30 minutes. I was screaming inside to stop touching Tim's things. I really couldn't understand what was going on.
So you left.
All right.
Now, did you talk to the defendant the next evening, which would have been Monday, March 27th of 2023, 2 days after Tim had been found? All right.
Yes,
Did you talk to him on the phone or did you see him in person?
on the phone.
What time? Around what time was that?
We talked several times a day.
All right.
So
Did you talk to him at some point during that Monday where he was at an AutoZone?
yes. So that would have been 8:30ish at night.
All right.
He was blowing my phone up while I was in a meeting, and when I came out, I'd missed a lot of calls from him.
How did you know he was at AutoZone?
I asked him where he was because it didn't, you can tell some, I'm like, where are you? And he said, I'm at AutoZone. And
Was he by himself?
he was with Jordan.
And did he tell you what they were doing at AutoZone?
Yes, he did.
What did he say they were doing?
He said that he was getting cleaners to clean the Jeep because the police wanted the Jeep back.
He was getting cleaners to clean the Jeep because the police wanted it. All right. Did he say anything about fingerprints being in the Jeep? People's
Yes.
Fingerprints? What did he say?
He said that, Candy, I have to clean the Jeep. You've been in the Jeep. I have to get your fingerprints out. And I said, I wouldn't hurt anyone. I don't care if my fingerprints are in the Jeep. And he said that a lot of our friends have been in that Jeep and I have to get that Jeep cleaned before the police get it.
Now, on March 29th of 2023, which would be about 3 days after you were at the defendant's house, did you call the Marion County Sheriff's Office and speak with the detective?
I did.
Did you tell them everything you knew that you told us?
I did.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Jim.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Baker.
Good afternoon.
After March 29th of 2023, did you cut off ties with Herbert or did you continue to speak with him?
I don't know what date March 29th was.
Sure, that was the date that you contacted the Marion County
I did
Sheriff's
cut off ties.
Okay. And at one point in time, prior to Tim Smith's death, you were cleaning their marital home, were you not?
For a short time.
Okay. And that ended in the latter part of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure. It was just maybe 3 months I did that. I'm not sure of the dates.
Okay. But not at all in the year that
No.
Tim Smith died?
No, sir.
And you mentioned having come to the marital home 2 to 3 weeks prior to Tim Smith being discovered dead and picking up air mattresses?
An air mattress.
Okay. Did you stay there for any length of time when you were doing that, or was it kind of a quick in and out?
No, sat at the counter, maybe 20 minutes or so, chit chatted.
The counter in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that the rug that you identified from the pictures was still there.
Both rugs and the coffee table.
Okay. And the coffee table that you claim was not there when you went on March 26th, the year that Tim died. What was that coffee table?
A wooden coffee table, very heavy wood coffee table.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were very close to Tim Smith, correct?
Yes.
But you did not know that Tim Smith was in an open relationship, right?
No.
And in addition to raising your suspicions about Herbert's conduct after Tim's death, did you also tell the sheriff's office to look into other persons who may have been involved in Tim Smith's murder?
No.
You didn't mention to them looking into a terminated employee from Brookdale?
No.
Okay. You mentioned knowing about the apartment that Tim Smith leased, right?
Correct.
And how
how long before Tim Smith's death did you learn of the use of that apartment by Tim Smith?
I don't understand the question.
How long had you known Tim Smith to have the apartment before his death? Weeks?
When they got
months?
it, when they got it and were working on it?
Okay, that was when you learned of the existence of the apartment. So yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know anything about Tim Smith looking for other work?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment with my colleague?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Chief excused.
We ask that you be excused, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State calls Lacey Larimore.
Ma'am? Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Would you please introduce yourself?
What do you think about her testimony? I that is quite interesting that when she went to the house hours or days after the fact that
Solid waste supervisor working in the litter.
the victim dies, that he is disposing of all of the cups and mixed, and he is very quick to get rid of things. I'm feeling very, it feels very odd to me. Just saying, feels odd. That's all. Feels odd.
Department transitioning to a resource liaison position.
And what would you do on a daily basis then?
Anywhere from working with our litter department to administration, working inside our administration office with the solid waste, handling outreach and public information as well.
Where is the landfill located that you work at?
It's Southeast 66th Street in Ocala.
And when did that landfill open on a daily basis?
When does it open on a daily?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been there 14 years and it's been open way before that.
I mean, what time of day?
I'm sorry.
That was a bad question on my part.
I gotcha. It opens at 7 a.m.
Okay. Can you describe, for those who have not been to the landfill, can you describe how a person dumps things at the landfill? What's the process?
Absolutely. So you would enter in off of Baseline Road onto Southeast 66. You would come in and you would have an option, depending on what you're bringing in, to either utilize the recycling center, which would be on the right-hand side, or you would go through our double gates into our scale house, which would be in front to where you could unload there as well. So you have two options coming in.
Does the landfill have a surveillance system set up?
At some areas of the landfill, yes.
And were you part of your duties back then? Did that involve checking the surveillance system for periodic reasons?
We had access to it. I mean, we necessarily wouldn't be on it every day going on, but yes, we did have access to the security systems.
And what kind of surveillance system was there?
It covered our scale house, transfer station. I can't remember if it covered our yard waste section or not because it's been expanded through the years. But definitely coming in, it would be our main gate coming in, the scale house and transfer station are the main points.
So basically the entrance when people would bring things in and the exit when they would stop and get weighed and then pay the difference.
Correct.
All right. Was that surveillance system professionally installed?
It was.
Do you remember about when?
Oh, I do not. That was handled by our information technology department.
Did that surveillance system record constantly or was it motion activated?
It was constantly.
And as a supervisor, did you have access to that surveillance system?
Just by a link on the website, we had no control over anything other than logging into the webbound to see it.
So you can't go and change or alter or do anything with the actual footage?
That is correct.
When you accessed it through the website, would you have to use a login and password?
You would.
And who had access to that login?
I believe back in 2023, it would have just been most of our supervisors, maybe our directors, and then of course our IT department, who was the main handler.
And when you would occasionally log into the surveillance system, was it operating properly?
On most cases, yes.
Okay, was the timestamp accurate and everything?
As far as I can tell, yes.
If something was wrong with the camera or with the system, would you know when you logged in?
You would.
Let me direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. Did law enforcement come to the landfill and ask to view and possibly retrieve some footage from your system?
They did come into our administration office asking for that information, correct?
And how'd that happen? Describe what was going on.
I can't recall it to 100%, but I knew that they came in, probably talked to our staff assistant in the front, and then she just pulled a supervisor in to help.
Okay. And did law enforcement provide a certain kind of period of time that they were looking for?
They did, and I believe they also were looking for a certain vehicle or certain type of vehicle, if I can recall.
Okay. Was the footage provided immediately there, or did the detectives leave and the footage had to be pulled?
The footage had to be pulled. We could only pull so much information. Like, I believe they looked at it briefly, but we can only do so much on it. Then we refer to our IT department.
Did you kind of try to find the footage for them there?
We did.
And what happened?
From what I can recall, we were going through the system, and I believe we found some, but in order to pull off of it, we would have to refer to our information technology department.
And was that what was done in this case? You referred
Correct.
to your IT department?
Yes, sir.
Did your IT department download the footage that was requested over the time period?
They were given the flash drive, and I'm assuming they did.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that footage placed on the flash drive and eventually provided to law enforcement?
I did not look at the flash drive personally when we received it back, but we were told yes, and then I did pass it on.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit FFF. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I signed it, verifying the information that was on it. It was presented.
Okay, did you view the footage on that?
I did.
Does that footage fairly and accurately depict your landfill, both the entrance and the exit way station?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict those areas that the camera is supposed to cover?
Yes, sir.
This time, State would move State's FFF into evidence as State's 57, I believe.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense.
That objection states FFF will be in evidence of station number 57.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
No cross-examination.
She excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
State calls Jordan Bass.
Does anyone need a break before we keep going? Fair enough. We'll keep going.
She got some video.
You understand? Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I hear that sound again. Well, I feel that sound again. It's either somebody talking or whispering or typing. There's something, it just like feels like little ants going like this in my eardrums.
I'm Detective Jordan Batts,
Where do you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I'm a detective within our major crimes unit,
How long have you been doing that job?
4 years.
All right. Did you become involved in the investigation into the death of Tim Smith?
I did.
Were you asked to try and track down some surveillance footage?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 27th of 2023. Did you travel to the landfill located at 54601 Southeast 66th Street to try to locate some surveillance footage?
I believe the address was 5601. I just want to correct.
I'm sorry. Correct. Sorry.
Yes, I did.
Once you arrived there, did you make contact with Supervisor Lacey Larimore?
I did.
What happened when you arrived?
We briefly looked at the video footage that she provided. She logged into her computer, and then at that time, we didn't observe any vehicles that we were asked to look for.
When you were reviewing the surveillance footage with Supervisor Larimore, did you confirm that the timestamp on the surveillance was accurate?
I did. Yes, sir.
And how'd you do that?
Using my cell phone, make sure the times matched up.
Was there a lot of footage that you were trying to look through?
Yes, sir.
You said you got time you didn't find what you were looking for. What did you do?
I asked that she continue to review the material and then call me back when it was available.
And did that happen?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to a few days later, March 29th of 23. Did you again make contact with people in the IT department at the landfill?
I believe on that day, I made contact again with Ms. Larimore.
Okay. And what happened during that contact?
I provided her a USB drive so that way I could obtain all the information, the video footage.
Okay. And at some point, did you get that USB drive back from the landfill footage?
Yes, sir.
How'd you get that?
I responded to the Marion County IT department.
And did you review the footage that was provided to you?
I did.
Confirm it was from the landfill, the entrance and exit ramps?
It was, yes, sir.
And was it at the same time period you requested?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence already, it states Exhibit 57. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
The date and I signed it.
And what does that show?
The landfill video footage.
Thank you, Detective. No
Yes,
other
sir.
questions.
No cross-examination.
She's used.
She is, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
State calls Hector Rivera.
Sir, step up here. Thank you. Raise your right hand, face the clerk to your left.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, the whole truth, so help you God.
Yes. Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please tell the jury your name and spell it for the record?
Hector Rivera, Hector
Thank you. Where do you work?
AutoZone.
Okay. What do you do for AutoZone?
I'm the regional loss prevention manager.
All right. Does that region cover the AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that AutoZone have a surveillance system?
Yes.
Is that system motion activated or does it continuously record?
Motion activated.
Are you in charge of that system?
Yes.
Are there multiple cameras inside that AutoZone?
Yes.
Where is the recording system for those cameras kept?
They're kept in the back office where we access remotely.
Is that in the manager's office?
Yes.
Does the public have access to that system?
No.
Do employees at the store have the ability to view the surveillance footage or access the system?
No.
All right. You said it's accessed remotely,
Yes.
so there's not even a monitor in the store.
No.
Who can access the system remotely?
Regional loss prevention and above, so myself and anybody at the corporate office.
All right. So basically you or anybody above you, that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now in April of 2023, did a detective from the Marion County Sheriff's Office request some video footage from that AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue in Ocala from the evening of March 27th of 2023?
Yes.
Was that request forwarded to you?
Yes.
And what did you do once you received that request?
I accessed the camera system to ensure that we had video surveillance of that time frame and was able to burn a copy and release it to the police.
Did they tell you a description of what they were looking for at that time during that time frame?
They just gave me a time frame.
All right. Okay, so you pulled that footage. Did you send it to the store?
I accessed it and sent the signal to the store to burn the video, yes.
Explain us to a little bit how it sounds very fancy. You access it, you send a signal to the store. How does that work?
So just like pulling up a recording, you punch in the date and time, start and end. And then when you hit burn to a CD, it sends a signal to the store to burn it automatically.
So then the CD, the store just has the CD and the detective can come and pick it up.
Yes.
All right, but it's what you pulled and you sent the signal.
Correct.
Now, was everything with the surveillance system working and fine at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and the date and time on the surveillance system was working correctly?
Yes.
You want me to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit GGG for identification. If you can tell me, do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I was able to initial it with my name.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you sent to the store from March 27th of 2023?
Yes.
You're on this time with State's Exhibit GGG into evidence?
No objection. The objection to be unanimous is number 58.
And did you recognize the video surveillance footage to be from the AutoZone at 1717 South Pine Avenue?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
No questions. All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day.
State calls Jordan Swilley.
I asked how long you anticipate this will go.
We probably maybe should take a short break.
All right, I think what we'll probably do is take a break. It may go a little longer than some of the other witnesses. So we'll take a break now for 10 minutes, okay? There's no restriction on the length. I just needed to know.
Oh, no, I understand, Judge.
Give them a break now or
Yes,
I don't know.
now is probably the appropriate time. Thank you.
It's like a couple hours after lunch. It's
Yeah.
pretty soon.
What time you want us back, Judge?
2:30.
2:30. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Last issue is
Resume zooming. Yeah, I agree with you, honey. I agree with you at this point. You know, it's such a sad thing. I do have an hour and then we'll be done. So let's see, that'll put us right about here. Yeah, we can finish the rest tomorrow. I'll pause it where it is. I can't take it any faster to be able to keep up and them.
early. I don't. Last issue is I have a trial priority scheduled tomorrow with Judgment Court. It was originally scheduled at 7:45 a.m.
Really?
Recently, I learned that was a mistake, and they updated the time.
Yeah, if it wasn't a mistake, then I have to talk to Judgment Court.
He does start early. I don't.
And that's a
think
start
he
before
spends
8
the
though.
night at the courthouse, but he is a worker.
Yeah.
And so now we're scheduled for 8:15.
Right.
It's not one of those that I can pawn off on anybody else.
Right.
I was just wondering if maybe Your Honor could let him know I need to be here by 8:30. Just to kind of.
So is he starting at 8?
I don't know what time he's going to start, but I know that I have to report there at 8:15.
Okay. Tell him that you have to leave by 8:30. I'll tell him the same thing, but tell him that.
Yes, Judge.
And the priority things, obviously, the trial takes priority.
Understood. I will let him know that in the morning.
Yeah, but tell him. I mean, I'll have Carolyn let him know that you need to be back here by 8:30. So maybe they take care of yours first.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Fair
you for
enough.
that.
But make sure we get if someone can bring his clothes up to him.
Yes.
So we have them on time.
I will make sure I get those.
Sure. But I'll swear him in however you want me to swear him in.
Okay, thank you,
I
Judge.
just, like I said, I think, maybe I'm just old, but the best way is to have someone in that jurisdiction do it. I understand there was some confusion among
Apparently,
Virginia.
according to Google, the probation officer from Virginia could have sworn him in. That's what
I know,
Google
but it's a little
says.
tough when he's saying no.
Yeah,
on the
I
record.
think he was confused, maybe. I'm not sure.
I know, but he did say he was confused.
Yeah.
But that made it worse. Who was the guy? I don't know. Who was the prosecutor who went to Virginia years ago? He was one of your friends. We all knew each
Oh,
other.
Will Jarvis.
Right.
That is so funny. I've had several ask what happened to Judge's
This issue.
It was a motorcycle accident, apparently, and hit the dust and had severe facial and brain trauma. And look at him now. It's amazing. He's a
Aware of the witness this morning, Mr. Kelly.
That's fine.
Okay. I just
For future reference, the consistency I want is people sworn in by someone there, but I understand. It's fine. Doesn't make a difference to me. Whatever way you guys want to do it, I'll do it.
The last issue is I have a trial priority scheduled tomorrow with Judgment Court.
Okay.
It was originally scheduled at 7:45 a.m.
Really?
Recently, I learned that was a mistake, and they updated the time.
Yeah, if it wasn't a mistake, then I have to talk to Judgment Court.
He does start early. I don't.
And that's
know
a
if
start
he
before
spends
8
the
though.
night at the courthouse, but he is a worker.
Yeah.
And so now we're scheduled for 8:15.
Right.
It's not one of those that I can pawn off on anybody else.
Right.
I was just wondering if maybe Your Honor could let him know I need to be here by 8:30. Just to kind of.
Is he starting at 8?
I don't know what time he's going to start, but I know that I have to report there at 8:15.
Okay. Tell him that you have to leave by 8:30. I'll tell him the same thing, but tell him that.
Yes, Judge.
And the priority things, obviously, the trial takes priority.
Understood. I will let him know that in the morning.
Yeah, but tell him. I mean, I'll have Carolyn let him know that you need to be back here by 8:30. So maybe they take care of yours first.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you
Fair
for
enough.
that.
Best friend at the time that Tim was murdered?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Red Sauce.
What's Red Sauce?
It's a restaurant.
What do you do there?
I'm a server.
Is the defendant Herbert Swilley your biological father?
Yes.
And you knew Tim Smith?
Yeah.
How did you know Tim?
He was my stepdad.
Were you and Tim close?
Yeah.
Was he like a second father to you?
Yes.
And what's your mother's name?
Angela.
Okay. What's her last name?
Will.
Was the defendant and your mother married?
Yes.
About how long were they married?
I think like 13 or more years.
Did you live with your mom and the defendant when you were young?
Yes.
Where did you live?
It was like Waldo, Gainesville area.
Are you their only child?
Yes.
Before they became romantically involved, were your dad and Tim friends?
Yes.
How long had you known Tim before he died?
Quite a long time. I think it's been a lot of years.
Were you a young child when you first met Tim?
Yes. I was around like 4.
And did Tim and your dad become romantically involved, which caused the defendant to leave your mom?
Yes.
And approximately how old were you when that happened?
I believe around 8.
And did you continue to live with your mom when your dad left her?
Yes.
At some point, did you move in with Tim and your dad?
Yes.
And how old were you when that happened?
I was in middle school, so about like 15 or 14.
Did you move to the house at 5388 Southeast 26th Court?
Yes.
How many bedrooms did that house have?
4.
How many bathrooms did it have?
3.
How do you know approximately how big it was?
I'm not sure. It was a big house.
It was a big house. And what did your dad do for a living?
He did a handyman service.
How long had he been doing that type of work?
Like 3 or so years.
And what did Tim do for a living?
He was an administrator at a nursing home.
Administrator at a nursing
Yes.
home. And did the house that you live in have cameras?
Yes.
And was there a computer in the house?
Yeah.
Where were the cameras?
Outside.
Where were they outside?
On the front door and out on the side of the house.
What did the camera on the outside of the house face? What area?
The front one was the front of the property, and then the side was like the garage and everything.
Okay. Was it a Ring? Do you know if it was a Ring doorbell camera
Yes.
system? Did you have that Ring app on your phone?
Yes.
Would you get an alert on your phone if the camera was activated?
Yes.
Now, did you work at Laredo's restaurant before Tim died?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
It was on and off for like a few years.
Were you working there when Tim was murdered?
No.
Where were you working?
The Murphy's gas station.
How long had you been working at the Murphy's gas station?
Only a few months.
And how old were you when Tim died?
19.
Did Tim and your dad drink alcohol for the majority of their relationship?
Yes.
Would you say they both were heavy drinkers?
Yes.
At some point, did they both stop drinking and become members of Alcoholics Anonymous?
Yes.
Did their relationship change when they both stopped drinking?
Yes.
How did it change?
It just became different, like more arguing.
More arguing when the drinking stopped? And how were they getting along when Tim died?
Just like not very well, like they were bickering a lot.
Now, in the months leading up to Tim's murder, did you become increasingly upset or frustrated with how much they were arguing?
Yes.
Would you often go to work at Laredo's early just to get away from the arguing?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever mention something to you about a divorce with Tim due to complications in the relationship?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Had Tim become more secretive in the months leading up to the murder?
Yes.
How so?
You just wouldn't talk about a lot of stuff.
Were you aware that Tim was interviewing for a new job in DeLand?
No.
Your dad never told you about that Tim was interviewing for a new job?
It wasn't until like later on, I don't think.
Okay. At some point, your dad told you that?
It was at some point.
All right. You're just not sure when?
Yeah, I'm not sure when.
Did you and your dad plan on moving with Tim if he got the new job in DeLand?
No.
Did your dad tell you why?
He just didn't want to move again.
Was Tim the breadwinner in the family?
Yes, kind of.
Could you and your dad afford to live in the house without Tim's salary?
Possibly not. Not sure, like 100%.
Do you remember when you testified in front of the grand jury in November of 2023?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked if you and your dad could afford to live in the house without Tim's salary and saying no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did your dad work out?
Yes.
Okay. How many times a week?
Probably like 4 or so.
Where did he work out?
Planet Fitness.
Was your dad physically fit?
Yes.
Did Tim have a nighttime ritual of taking medications or vitamins every night?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what kind of medications he took?
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, before Tim was murdered, were you aware that the defendant and Tim had an apartment they used for sexual activities?
I found out later.
Okay. So you didn't know beforehand?
Yeah, I just knew about it, but it was a massage parlor.
Oh. So your understanding was they had an apartment, it was a massage?
Yes.
Were you aware that they were in an open relationship?
No.
Had you ever been to that apartment before Tim went missing?
No.
Now I want to talk about Thursday, March 23rd of 2023, and that's the Thursday before Tim's body was found. Okay. Did anything unusual happen that morning or that afternoon before you came home?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. Now, when you got home that evening, who was there? This is a
I
Thursday.
think both of them were.
Your dad and Tim?
Yes.
All right. And you?
Thursday, yes.
All right. Did you, Tim, and your dad eat dinner together that Thursday?
Yes.
And what did you guys do after you had dinner?
We watched a movie
Where did you watch a movie?
in the living room.
And then after the movie, what did you do?
I went to my room.
All right.
Just watch TV.
Okay.
Hold on one thing. You need to speak up just a little bit, okay?
And around what time was that?
Probably like 9.
Okay. And is that the last time you saw Tim, at 9 o'clock Thursday?
Yes.
And did Tim seem like he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at that time when you went into your room when you last saw him?
No.
Was he acting normally?
Yes.
Could he walk and talk?
Yes.
And what was he wearing when you went in your room?
Just like normal pajamas.
Was he getting ready to go to bed also?
Yeah.
And were your dad and Tim arguing during this time that you saw?
No.
Were you aware that Tim had a job interview the next morning?
No.
And what time did you actually go to bed that night?
Probably like later at night, like 10, 11.
Now, did you hear anything suspicious after you went to bed?
I believe I heard some noise.
You heard some noise, right? And do you know what time that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. And do you know what the noise was?
No.
Did that wake you up?
A little bit, yes.
And after you went to sleep that Thursday night, did you get any notifications of movement on your cell phone from that Ring doorbell application?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Do you remember what time that was?
I'm not exactly sure. Don't remember.
Do you know if it was after you heard the noise?
I believe so, yes.
So you heard the noise, and then sometime later, your Ring doorbell application was going on.
Yes.
Did it go off several times?
Not sure. I can't remember exactly.
Did you look at your phone to see why you were getting notifications from the Ring doorbell?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. You looked at it?
I remember like just seeing the notifications.
Okay. Did you see what was causing the movement or the notifications?
No.
All right. Now, the next morning, that Friday, what time did you wake up?
Probably like 9, I think. I'm not sure exactly.
All right. And who was at the house when you woke up?
My dad.
Did you ask your dad where Tim was?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say?
I think he had said he was at work or something already. I don't remember exactly.
He said he was at work.
Hold on. I believe one of the jurors couldn't hear you. Can you repeat your last answer?
I think he had said he was at work, but I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember that very well.
Did your dad ask you if you heard anything that night?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say when your dad asked you if you heard anything that night?
I told him yes, I had.
All right. Did you tell him what you heard?
I can't really remember exactly what I said to him.
You told him you heard something?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he say when you told him you heard something?
Trying to remember. Sorry.
It's okay.
I think it was just something along the lines that saying to me that I hadn't heard it or something.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at your grand jury testimony?
Hold on one second. You're talking too low, so some of the jurors can't hear you. Can you repeat that last
Yes,
question and
sir.
answer it again? Thank you.
All right. And what did your dad say to you when you told him you heard some noise?
He had said something, I can't remember like exactly along the lines of that I hadn't heard it or.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your grand jury testimony as to what your dad said when you told him you heard it?
Yes.
All right. And for the record, I'm going to refer defense to the grand jury testimony November 14th of 2023, page 35, line 2. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Just read this to yourself. This is page 35. Let me start right here at the top and go to 7. It's 1 through 7. Okay, does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay, what did your dad say to you when you told him that you heard a noise the night before?
To say that I was sleeping and I hadn't heard anything.
Did he also say that's all you need to remember?
Yes.
So he said you were sleeping, that's all you need to remember.
Yes.
He's flipping on. Oh, she's smoking a
Were you upset after that happened?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Just because I was confused.
Because your dad said that to you? You were confused?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you awake when your dad went to the landfill that morning?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. Did you help him load anything on his trailer?
No.
Now, after you woke up and your dad said that to you and you were confused, did you text Layla, who was your best friend at the time, that morning?
Yes.
All right. And why? And did you text Layla throughout that day trying to meet up with her?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you trying to meet up with Layla?
To talk to her.
What did you want to talk to her about?
Just how I felt about everything.
Okay.
Just like wondering why he was acting that way.
You wanted to talk to her about what was happening with your dad?
Yes.
And did you text her that you wanted to talk to her?
Yes.
Now, while you were waiting to hang out with Layla, did you do anything with your dad that day?
I believe I went and had lunch with him.
Was that later on in the afternoon or
I think so,
lunchtime? Okay. Where'd you guys go?
I believe Ivy.
Ivy?
Was it Ivy? Yeah.
Is that downtown in Ocala?
Yes.
And what did you do after you and your dad went to lunch?
I'm not exactly sure. I think I might have gone over her house at that point.
Okay.
Or went home.
All right. Do you remember previously saying you both went home and took a nap?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. During the lunch you had with your dad, did you talk about anything that he had said that morning?
No.
And did you actually meet with Layla that day and talk to her about it?
Yes.
Before you went to see Layla, did you go to Laredo's where you used to work?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Why did you go to Laredo's?
I can't remember the exact reason why I went there. I think it's just because I was waiting for Layla.
All right. Would it refresh your recollection to see what you said at the grand jury back in November of 2024 about why you went to see Allison?
Yes.
And for the record and defense counsel, I'm referring to the grand jury testimony November 14th of 2023, page 43, line 17 through 22. Again, just read this to yourself. Lines 17 through 23. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Why did you go to Laredo's to see your friend Allison?
To just tell, I needed a hug from her because I was upset.
What were you upset about?
Just how him and Tim had been lately.
So you went to see Allison to get a hug because you were upset how Tim and your dad had been lately.
Yes.
And then after that, you went to your friend Layla's house.
Yes.
And did you talk to her about the noise you had heard the night before?
Yes.
Now, did you learn later on that Friday that Tim was actually missing and hadn't gone to work?
Yes.
And how did you find out about that?
I believe my dad told me.
Were you concerned?
Yes.
And did you go home after you were at Layla's after you found out that Tim was missing?
Yes.
And was your dad there?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
And sometime that evening, did your dad ask you to drive him to the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was?
Not exactly sure.
Was that later in the evening?
Yes. It's later in the evening.
And do you know why he asked you to drive him to the apartment?
I can't remember why he said.
And did you drive him there?
Yes.
Did you go in your car?
Yes.
And did he say why he needed to go to the apartment?
To pick up his gun.
Pick up whose gun?
His gun.
Your dad's gun?
Yes.
All right. Had you ever been to the apartment before this time right now?
No.
Okay. So you drove your dad to the apartment, and what happened when you got to the apartment?
I believe he got out and got the gun out of the Jeep.
So where did you pull up?
I pulled up behind the Jeep.
Behind the Jeep. Did you get out of the car?
No.
Did your dad go directly to the Jeep?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right. And then what did he do at the Jeep?
I think he grabbed it out of the front seat of the passenger. I can't remember exactly.
Okay. What did the gun look like?
It was black.
Did he tell you why he needed to get this gun?
He just didn't want to leave it in the Jeep.
All right. Did he lock up the Jeep when he was done?
I think so.
Okay. And then what happened? What did he do?
I believe he got back in the car.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Went home, I believe.
All right. Did your dad ever tell you where his key was to get into the apartment?
I believe it was like a couple of weeks ago. Was talking about that Tim had it, taken it back or something.
Okay. He said Tim had taken the key back?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you went there that Friday with your dad, you said you didn't get out of the car?
No.
So did you go up to the front door and try to get in?
No.
Did you knock on the front door?
No.
Did you look in the windows?
No.
Okay. Did your dad go up to the front door and look in the windows?
I can't remember if he did.
You
I
didn't
don't
do
believe
that?
so. No.
You don't believe he did?
No.
He just got the gun out of the Jeep and then you guys left?
Yes.
Okay. Is the reason that you didn't go up and knock on the door or look in the windows because you already knew that Tim was dead?
No.
Now, sometime that Friday, before you got home, did your dad ask you to stop at a gas station so he could throw away a pill bottle?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Do you know what was in the pill bottle?
No.
Did he say why he wanted to throw away the pill bottle at a gas station?
I just think he said something about just not wanting to throw away at the house.
He said he didn't want to throw it away at the house.
I believe so, yes.
All right. So you stopped at a gas station and he threw it away?
Yes.
All right. Did you try to call Tim or text him that Friday?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Or I can't remember exactly.
All right. So that Friday you didn't try to call or text him, and then you didn't check the house when you guys went there on Friday night?
Yes.
All right. Had Tim ever disappeared before, not shown up for work, and not told anybody where he was?
No.
Now I want to move on to the following day, which is Saturday, March 25th of 2023, when they found Tim. Did you go to work that day?
Yes.
And that was the Murphy gas station?
Yes.
And how did you learn that they had found Tim's body?
My dad and his friend had come and told me.
Is that with Tammy Warner?
I believe so, yes.
And where did you go? They came to Murphy gas station?
Yes.
All right. And where did you go after that?
To the apartment.
Where they had found Tim's body?
Yes.
And then did you talk to the police there?
Yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you have any idea how Tim had died at that point?
No, not exactly.
Now I want to move on to the next day, Sunday, March 26th of 2023. On that day, did you learn that Tim's death had been ruled a homicide?
Yes.
How did you find out?
I believe my dad told me.
And did you and your dad start getting rid of Tim's things on Sunday?
Yes, I believe so.
And how did that happen? How did that start?
He had just said that he wanted to start cleaning stuff up.
So it was your dad's idea?
Yes.
And what sort of things were you and your dad throwing away?
I believe it was like clothes and stuff. I can't remember exactly.
All right. Did you throw away any of his like snacks and medications and vitamins that were in the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. And you said clothes. What about knickknacks and little beach things that he had?
Probably, yeah.
All right. And what about some portraits that were on the wall that were professionally taken of you and Tim and your dad? Did those get taken down?
Yes.
Who took those down?
I believe my dad.
Okay. And they were going to get thrown away as well?
I'm not sure if they got thrown away or not.
Okay. They were taken down though?
Yes.
Now, right around the time that Tim was killed, did your dad get rid of a large area rug that was in one of the living rooms when you walk in the front door?
Yes.
And why did your dad tell you he got rid of it?
Because the dog's peeing on it a lot.
Because the dogs peed on it a lot?
Yes.
All right, I want to move on to the next day now, which is Monday, March 27th of 2023. That morning, did your dad ask you to help him get Tim's Jeep to the Marion County Sheriff's Office the next day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And what did he want you to do to help him to get the Jeep there?
I believe follow him.
Okay. So he asked you to follow him. He was going to drive the Jeep. You would follow him, and he would drop the Jeep off at the Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Did you agree to help him with that?
Yes.
Later that Monday evening, did you help your dad clean the Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that happen?
I can't remember exactly. It said something about wanting to clean it.
It was his idea?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go?
The AutoZone.
An AutoZone in Ocala?
Yes.
All right. What did you get at the AutoZone?
Some type of cleaning stuff.
And where did you and the defendant or your dad clean the Jeep?
At that house, I believe, in the garage.
In the garage at the house that you lived at? Okay. And the next morning, that Tuesday, did you follow your dad to the sheriff's office to take the Jeep?
No.
Okay. Now, after Tim died, did your dad ever tell you that he needed more money or the life insurance from Tim?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did he say that?
I feel like quite a few.
Quite a few times. What would he say?
I can't remember exactly. It was just different times. It'd be like, we just need to get the life insurance money or something.
All right. Did he ever talk about the mortgage on the house, if he could afford that without the life insurance?
Yes, I don't think he could afford it without it.
All right. And after Tim died, did a man named Kevin move into the house with you and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And who's Kevin?
Their friend.
A friend of Tim and your dad's?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And where did Kevin sleep?
I believe in the main room.
In the main room with your dad?
Yes.
All right. Did your dad ever ask you to lie for him about anything?
Yes.
When did he ask you to lie for him?
When he told me to say that he had been home all night.
Was that Friday morning after
I believe so,
when
yes.
Tim was missing? He said you to say that he was home all night?
Yes.
And what did you say when he told you that?
I can't remember exactly if I don't remember if I responded or not.
All right. Did you stop asking questions?
I believe at that point, yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
You mentioned that you and Tim Smith were very close.
Yes.
He was like a second dad to you, was he not?
Yes.
Yeah. You had mentioned that quite a few times after Tim Smith's death, that your dad had mentioned quite a few times he would say he needed the money or the life insurance. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about Tim Smith's life insurance policy through his employer, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware that you're the second beneficiary on that life insurance policy?
I'm not 100%. I was never informed if I was or not.
So as we're here today, more than 2 years after Tim Smith's death, you don't know that you're the second beneficiary on this life insurance policy?
No.
You mentioned that there were, when you were living in the marital home with Tim Smith and your father before Tim's death, that there were 2 different ring cameras on the property, correct?
Yes.
So there was a ring camera on the front door of the home,
Yes.
and then there was a ring camera up on top of a pole in front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And that ring camera on top of the pole faced the garage.
Yes.
And you had Wi-Fi at the marital home at the time,
Yes.
and that was through Cox cable, correct?
Yes.
Did you have problems with the Wi-Fi around the time of Tim Smith going missing and ultimately being discovered dead?
Possibly, yes.
Was it common during your time living at that marital home, having access to the ring camera videos, for there to be glitching with the ring camera video?
Yes.
Did you have intermittent problems from time to time with the Wi-Fi at the marital home?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, you had dinner with your dad and with Tim, correct?
Yes.
And that was at the marital home.
Yes.
And then you all watched the movie together.
Yes.
And then you retired to your room alone.
Yes.
And when you went to your room to be alone, it was about 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And Tim Smith and your dad were still in the living room.
Yes.
They were watching TV.
Yes.
Tim Smith was in his pajamas.
Yes.
And that was the last time you saw Tim Smith alive.
Yes.
The state was asking you about noises that you heard that evening going into the next morning while you were in your room. You said that you heard a noise.
Yes.
What kind of noise?
I'm not exactly sure.
Were you awake when you heard this noise?
Yes.
What were you doing when you heard this noise?
I think I had woken up from it.
Okay. A noise like what? Like a person yelling? A noise like a door slamming? What kind of noise are we talking about?
I can't remember exactly.
Okay. Did you investigate the noise? Did you go open the door? Was the door to your bedroom closed at that point in time?
Yes.
Did you get up to investigate the noise?
No.
Okay. And then a little while later, you were getting notifications on your cell phone from the Ring application, right?
Yes.
Did you investigate those notifications, look at them, review the video as to what was going on?
No.
Okay. Was it uncommon for you to get Ring notifications at that hour of the day?
No.
Okay. And was it uncommon for persons to come and go out of the marital home in the late hours of the evening?
I think so, yes.
Okay. All right. So what would be the late hours of the evening in your mind?
Like 12, 1.
Okay. Now, before Tim's death, were you, your dad, and Tim Smith collectively using the Life 360 application on your phones?
Yes.
And were you doing that to keep track of one another?
Yes.
Okay. So if your dad wanted to know where you were, he could look on his application and view your location from where you were from your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And conversely, if you wanted to know where Tim Smith was, you could look on your phone on that application and know his whereabouts.
Yes.
Did there come a point in time in the weeks leading up to Tim Smith's death where you noticed that Tim Smith was increasingly stopping sharing his location on that application?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, or if I've heard you wrong or understood you wrong, but that Tim Smith in the weeks leading up to his death was becoming more distant?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Meaning less engaged with you,
Yes.
less engaged with your father,
Yes.
and more secretive about where he would go and what he would do.
Yes.
You mentioned being aware of the apartment that Tim Smith and your dad were using before Tim Smith's death, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that at that point in time, you believed it was being used as a massage parlor, right?
Yes.
And who was it that you understood to be doing the massaging?
Tim.
Okay. So you knew Tim, your stepdad, to offer that service to other people.
Yes, he had a massage license.
Okay. So he was a licensed massage therapist.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when in relation to Tim Smith's death, did you learn of the existence and use of the apartment by Tim Smith and your father? Was it weeks before? Was it months before? Was it, what was it?
When they had got the apartment.
You learned about it once they had gotten it, or?
They had said they were renovating stuff on it or doing something to it. Probably like a month or so. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, so like a month after they acquired the apartment, that was when you learned about it?
Yes.
Okay, so would that have been perhaps October of 2022?
Possibly.
Okay. It would have been sometime in the later part of 2022 that you would have learned about the existence of the apartment and their use of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know how often Tim Smith was going to that apartment to do massages?
No, not exactly.
Okay. When you say not exactly, what do you mean by that?
Like I would see it a few times on like Life 360, but other than that, I didn't know exactly.
And how often would you look on that application, the Life 360 application, to check on Tim Smith's location between the time that you learned about the apartment up until the time that Tim Smith was discovered deceased? Was it like a few times a week, more than that?
Maybe only like a few times a week, not very often.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that when you woke up the next morning after you had retired to your room, heard the noise, learned of the ring notifications on your phone on the evening of March 23rd, 2023, you wake up that next morning, so Friday, March 24, 2023, and Tim Smith is not home, correct?
Yes.
And you ask your dad, where's Tim?
Yes.
And your dad told you that he went to work?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned your dad making a comment about telling you that you didn't hear anything last night.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were confused by that.
Yes.
And that was when you started texting with Layla, your friend?
Yes.
And later that day, you went to lunch with your father
Yes.
at Ivy on the Square
Yes.
here in Ocala,
Yes.
and your dad was acting normally.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you hadn't met up with Layla yet, right?
No.
You hadn't gone to Lorita's yet to meet up with Allison, right?
No.
All right. So you go to lunch with your dad, and after that, then you go to Lorita's?
We went home first, I believe.
Okay. And is that when you took naps?
Yes.
All right. Did you take a nap?
No, I believe I watched TV or was on my phone.
Okay. So after that period of time, is that when you leave the marital home and go to Lorita's?
Yes.
And you give Allison a hug when you get there?
Yes.
And this is Allison Alvarez?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you had worked with her at Lorita's?
Yes.
All right. And at a later point that day, you do meet up with Layla, your friend, correct?
Yes.
And you spend some time with Layla?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the next day, which would have been March 25th, 2023, did you go to work that day at Murphy's gas station?
I believe so, yes.
This was the day that Tim Smith's body was discovered.
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes.
And did your dad come to your job to get you?
Yes.
And he took you with him to go to the apartment?
Yes.
And he told you along the way, on your way there, that Tim Smith was deceased.
Yes.
And you went to the apartment with your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And during that period of time, you met with Detective Pender,
Yes.
who was investigating the murder of Tim Smith, right?
Yes.
And you spoke to Miss Detective Pender in his unmarked police car that day?
Yes.
Okay. And in the days after the discovery of Tim Smith's body in the apartment deceased, did your dad start to clean up the marital home?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that this was kind of his way to cope with what had happened to Tim?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's sustained.
It's fine. Do you recall a point in time where Candace Baker came to your home not long after Tim Smith's death?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you and your dad doing when Miss Baker came over that day?
I believe we were throwing away like different foods or snacks.
Okay. And these were Tim Smith's foods and snacks?
Yes.
Were these foods or snacks that you or your dad would eat?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned going to AutoZone with your father,
Yes.
and this was on the evening of March 27th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding that the next morning, your dad was going to take Tim Smith's Jeep to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen.
No.
All right. And you learned that your dad had hired an attorney,
Yes.
Gail Grossman.
Yes.
And you later, a few days later, hired that attorney as well.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. You believe so, or you did?
I'm not exactly sure like how that whole like contract worked.
But you knew you had an attorney and it was Gail Grossman.
Yes.
Okay. And from the point you retained that attorney leading up to your dad's arrest for this case, you stopped talking to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Judge Medford's witness.
Yes, sir.
Jordan, I
I'm
am.
sorry, may I see what you're going to show reference?
This is defense exhibit number 8.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you, ma'am, what has been previously introduced into evidence as defense exhibit number 8. I just want you to take a look at that entire document. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What is it?
The power of attorney.
The durable power of attorney.
Yes.
Right? And your dad, after he was charged with the murder of Tim Smith, gave you durable power of attorney to handle his affairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that included selling off any personal items.
Yes.
There were vehicles.
Yes.
There were motorcycles.
Yes, there's one motorcycle.
And there was land.
Yes.
And by land, we're talking about the marital home that you had been living in with your dad and Tim Smith, the land that it was on,
Yes.
the property.
Yes.
Did your dad tell you what, if anything, to do with that property?
No.
And you understood at the time you agreed to be your dad's agent under this durable power of attorney that's been introduced into evidence that you were to act in the best interest of your dad.
Yes.
Yet you turned around and you gifted the real property that your dad owned to someone else. Did you not?
No, I did not gift anything that I know of.
You sold the property.
Yes.
What did you get in return for the sale of the property?
I can't remember exactly how much.
You can't remember how much.
No.
Who did you get the money from?
David.
David. Is David a realtor by chance?
I believe so.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
David Michael. Is that who we're talking about?
Yes.
And for the record, the last name is spelled Mikel.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So David gave you the money for the property.
Yes.
What did you do with that money?
I used it to get an apartment.
The apartment that you were living in with Layla?
Yes.
Did you tell your dad anything about this?
I believe I mentioned some of it.
Some of it. All right. Your dad had given you direction regarding what to do with his assets, correct?
Yes.
He told you to sell what you could,
Yes.
right? To help pay not only your expenses, but his expenses,
Yes.
including his attorney.
Yes.
Did you pay his attorney anything?
No.
Did you give your dad a dime from the sale of that real property?
Yes.
You gave him a dime?
Yes, I definitely gave him money.
How much money did you give him?
I'm not sure.
Do you still have any of that money left?
No.
No? How were you paid that money? Was it in cash?
Yes.
Okay. Did you deposit the money into the bank?
Yes.
What bank?
Mid-Florida.
Mid-Florida Credit Union?
Yes.
Into your own bank account?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to retrieve the document?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer with my colleague?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You know what? Kudos for you, girl. I mean, yeah, she's not lying. I didn't give him the money. I didn't pay the attorney. Yada, yada, yada. Right, Angela. You know, she believes he's guilty.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, sure. Just a few questions. Jordan, how old were you when your dad was arrested?
I believe 20 or 21.
Were you able to support yourself alone after he was arrested?
No.
All right. Were you working at the time?
No.
Were you able to pay the mortgage?
No.
Were you able to pay the car payment?
No.
Did you need money just to live?
Yes.
Now, when your dad gave you that durable power of attorney, was there an understanding between you and your dad that you would use some of that money to live?
Yes.
Now, did you hire the attorney, Gail Grossman, or did your dad hire the attorney for you?
My dad did.
Okay. So you don't even know any of the details about that?
No, not really.
Now, you said there was glitching from time to time with the Wi-Fi that would affect the Ring camera.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of any circumstance where the glitching caused your dad's truck to be in the video when your dad's truck really wasn't in the video?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, sir?
Judge, I would just ask, not at this time, but I would ask that the witness be subject to recall on my case in chief.
All right.
Maybe approach briefly before she leaves.
Sure.
Yeah, she's definitely subject to a recall, boo. We're going to speed up. I've got to go in a few minutes, y'all.
Did you receive records from Discovery for a credit card in the name of Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
Did you receive records from First Bank and Trust for a Mercury credit card in the name of Herbert Swilley?
Yes, I did.
From JP Morgan for an Amazon and Slate credit card in the name of Herbert Swilley?
Yes.
And did you receive records from Merritt Bank for another credit card issued to Herbert Swilley?
Yes, I did.
What about records from Asynchrony for a credit card also issued to Herbert Swilley?
Yes, I did.
Did you also receive records from Campus USA bank account for 3 different active accounts, one in the name of Herbie's Handyman Service, one in the name of Herbert Swilley and Tim Smith, and one in the name of Herbert Swilley and Jordan Swilley?
Yes, I did.
Finally, did you receive records from Bank of America for a credit card and a bank account in the name of Tim Smith?
Yes, I did.
All right. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what the market states that HHH. Take a look at their tab, take a look and, those are the records that you received from the various institutions we just discussed.
Yes, they are.
This time around, the state removed states HHH into evidence as states 59. There are business record certifications attached to each tab corresponding to each record and proper notice has been given. No objection.
No objection. H, we have it to states number
59,
All right, thank
I believe. Generally, did you review those records to look for some general information about credit card debt and bank account balances?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed the credit card records in the name of Herbert Swilley, what did you generally find about the amount of credit card debt as of around March of 2023? I'm talking just Herbert Swilley at this point.
Just Herbert. He accumulated about $10,000 in credit card debt at that point.
And what did you find out about the level of credit card debt for the credit card in the name of Tim Smith?
He was also about $10,000 in credit card debt.
Okay, so collectively, the marital credit card debt would have been around $20,000?
That's correct.
Referring to the bank account statements, did you also review those to look at the general balances over the period of time during the months before this murder?
Yes, I did.
And when you reviewed the Campus USA and the Bank of America checking and savings account, what did you notice about the activity and the balances for those accounts during the months, about 3 months leading up to the murder?
The campus accounts, there was 3 accounts, one in the name of Jordan, one in the name of, or 2 in the name of the defendant and the victim. And the one account in Jordan's name, there's very low balance in there. That account appeared like it was being used by Jordan and not by the defendant in this case. There was another account that was with campus that was very low balance, the minimal balance. It appeared like they would put small deposits in to make some automatic payments to like a health club, and the balance would drop back down at the end of the month. The third account was for Herbie's handyman, and that account generally started out between anywhere between $2,800 and went up to as much as $3,800 in that period.
And the 2 accounts that you said had low balances in them, what do you mean by low balance? We're talking $50, $100?
Yeah, dollars. Yes.
Okay. So it seemed like there was one, from the Campus USA account, there was really one account that had a little bit more of a substantial balance in it.
Yes.
And we're talking between $2,000 to $3,000 at the end of the month. What about the Bank of America account?
The bank accounts?
Yes.
The bank accounts, there was 2 accounts. One was a checking account in the name of the victim and the defendant. And then there was another account also in their names, but it was a savings account. And I think they call the account, it's a keep the change account, which is essentially a savings account that kind of rounds up every transactions in the checking account and deposits that money into the savings account. So there's cents going into this account to build up the balance. That account initially was about $6,100, those 2 accounts together. And then towards the end of March, it was right around $4,000. And then after that, in the month of April, it went down to about $1,000.
Did you see some reoccurring payments that would happen on a monthly basis out of either of those accounts?
Out of the Bank of America joint account, there was a mortgage. I think it was roughly about $1,700. There was a Wells Fargo. It's north of $750. There was an Ally Bank. I believe it was in the neighborhood of $350. And then there was also a Geico. Looks like insurance payments.
So general kind of cost of living direct withdrawals out of those accounts on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Did you also notice some reoccurring deposits into one of those accounts, specifically from Brookdale?
Yes. There was approxirately $3,100 from Brookdale. It appeared like it was every 2 weeks. And then there was a level, which I believe is some sort of brand marketing. There was some payments in there as well. Deposits, I should say.
Did you find any indication of a large amount of cash being stuck away in some account when you reviewed the records?
Not in the records that I reviewed, no.
Based on your general review of the records, did it appear that based on the account balances over that period of time that Herbert Swilley and Tim Smith were kind of living paycheck to paycheck?
Based on in that time frame, based on that, it didn't appear that the checking accounts were rising very much, and the credit cards were kind of staying stable. I believe in January on the Discover card for the defendant, there was like $5,000 in purchases, and then it kind of maintained after that. It rose up to I think as much as $6,000. So that, with a couple other credit cards, amounted to his $10,000 at that point. But there wasn't really much reduction. So I would say yes, they were spending what they were making essentially.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. No other questions.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned that both Mr. Swilley and Tim Smith, the victim in this case, each had respectively approximately $10,000 in credit card debt, correct?
That's correct.
And it appeared that each of them were making just the minimum payments on those debts.
Yeah, a little bit more than minimum.
Okay. And you mentioned two different amounts of money that were going in. You mentioned one from into the Bank of America joint checking account. You mentioned money coming in every 2 weeks from Brookdale, $3,100, right?
That's correct.
And then there was another deposit that was coming in. Remind me what that was.
Level, I think it's Level Network Marketing.
Okay. And did you have any understanding what that was?
Just my understanding, it was some sort of brand marketing campaign.
Okay. And discussing the campus credit union account that was being used for Herbie's handyman service, there was a consistent balance during the periods of times that you looked at between $2,000 and $3,000, correct?
That's correct.
At times, it was even a little higher than 3,000.
Yes.
3,800 or so.
Yes.
So there was money there, but not anything maybe to write home about.
I have $200 credit card debt.
To some, yes.
Understood. Your Honor, may I have one moment? With
Certainly.
Yes, thank you.
Did you also review some records showing some items that were taken out of Tim Smith's paycheck on a monthly or the biweekly basis?
Yes, I did.
And what type of things were taken out of that?
It appeared like there were some insurance deductions and things of that nature.
And was that a decent amount of money taken out biweekly from his paycheck?
It appeared so, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Stay excused.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Have a nice day.
Okay, guys, we're going to go into the giveaway and then I have to get going because I have to be out of town meeting, an hour away drive. I got to pick up Mama on the way. Yes. Oh, State of Confusion. I sent you a chat. Please go and look at it. Oh, yeah, that be some trouble. Trouble. Let's get some fun. Do the giveaways real quick. I've got a poll. I'm sorry. Who's gonna win? Seeking justice. Woo-hoo! Throw one more. One more. Congratulations, babe. I like. Interesting that the same people who did the likes on this one did it. Again, guys, free. All you have to do is up. I like it. And you too will be a winner at the end of the month. All the people on it. Free murder. Oh, murder. Also, play bingo. Bingo. Nobody bingoed. So, what I'm going to do is I will put everybody who played by Noah into the drawing, into the pot. It's easy. I can't
do that. Can't do that. I thought. Congratulations, y'all. Before cheating, recognition. So, depending on what time I get home tonight, I may just go ahead and air this tonight. Well, maybe not, because we're gonna need time tomorrow. No spoilers. But good to know he and his mom were in court. He was the one making the faces. Does he believe the guy did it? I'm sure he does. Not throwing any spoilers because you guys are still behind. We're going to catch up tomorrow. We are. So guys, I love you. I appreciate y'all. Don't forget, we have movie night tonight in our Discord, and we will be, what's the word I'm looking for? There's the new Discord link. Come join us in Discord and watch the movie Sully. It's a really good movie. June will be hostessing it on my Discord. I will be gone for part of it, but I'll be listening, and then I'll be back probably about halfway through. Yep. And then tomorrow we are back into our original Soto Escalada trial. And then when they go to verdict watch, we're going to zoom through this and get into day 4. And I may zoom, depending, may zoom past the little testimonies where it really isn't. Yeah, that's him and that's it. So we'll be doing some of that. But I want to give a huge shout out and a huge, I can't read it from here. Applause to that is for our mods. Mods, you were so wonderful. And thank you so very, very much. I really appreciate.
Oh, my mods are the bomb. And they're the best in the business.
Okay, I had to have fun. So guys, love you guys. Take care. Be blessed. Thank you for spending your precious time with me. I do hold that as a blessing. And forward to doing it again tomorrow morning. We'll be on bright and early at 8 a.m. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.